This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive to put me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader?
Don't remember his name.
You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now, these people are in very high positions, Jack.
Yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 278. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, as people on the video stream can see, we have a very special, exciting episode for you all. We are dusting off a little old series we did back in early 2023 called Psychedelics Incorporated, and astute listeners will remember that the backbone of that whole series was the intrepid watchdog investigative reporting of the three individuals that are with us on stream right now. Sympathetic. How are y'all doing?
Hey,
doing great.
Doing
Happy
good. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
We're
Super
very excited to set this up, especially right now when your work is bearing such fruit and has attained a prominence. I think that it's very complicated. But anyways, yeah, thanks for showing up today. And I guess maybe to start, would you guys like to introduce yourselves and a little bit of your background in case people haven't heard those episodes and they want to know what Psymposia is all about?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll go first. Brian, also known as Normie. I'm a co-founder of Psymposia. Started Psymposia in 2014. Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah. And I'm Russell. I'm a journalist with Psymposia. I've got involved around 2016 and kind of helped build out the corporate beat, which sounds like maybe you've touched on a little bit on the show in the past. So just sort of that corporate encroachment of power in the space, and have done a little bit of reporting on kind of the right-wing shift in the strategies and kind of military veteran focus for places like TruthDig.
Right on.
Word. Yeah.
I'm Brian Pace, sometimes called Pace for clarity around here.
Yeah.
My day job, I lecture on psychedelics, plants, and fungi at the Ohio State University, but I've been involved with Psymposia for, the latest comer at 2019 is when I got involved, right around when we started a reorganization into our current 501c3 watchdog status. So I've written some things about belief and ideology, sort of the right-wing psychedelia side of things. And glad to be here.
Yeah. So people in the left wing podcast space, which definitely are some people who listen to SJ, may have seen your organization come up in a particular context. There's recently kind of a slick video that was like pushed out on social media. I guess it's like a series of talking points that really was trotted out in a bunch of different outlets, but it basically kind of like very sort of right-wing psychedelia sympathetic outlets and platforms have been kind of host to this I guess I would just say like a smear and actually really you can even see this in like there's an article in the New York Times that was almost like just as egregious as some of this other stuff, and this like comes up in your the recent report that you've put out as well on the Psychedelic Syndicate is partially in response to some of this stuff. So yeah, we thought we would start with maybe giving you guys a chance to address like some of the stuff that's come out from like Hamilton Morris, etc.
Right. If I can paraphrase the New York Times article, it was something like how a left-wing activist group destroyed, MDMA
torpedo.
helped torpedo. War metaphors here. Helped torpedo violently MDMA-assisted therapy approval in the FDA in 2024. Right. That was the charge.
Was it like inside the submarine when
it's very unclear, how we have helped. Even in their own reporting, they say it is unclear to what extent. But since then, things have gotten more clear, and we can talk about that. But I mean, there has been quite a concerted effort to essentially delegitimize our voice, and we've been working mostly diligently with our heads down, not responding to all but the most egregious of things, although that doesn't include Hamilton, but working, publishing this report called the Psychedelic Syndicate, how Silicon Valley used veterans to hijack the psychedelic industry.
Yeah, which just came out, right? As after about
October
a year,
10th.
right, October 10th, and I think it's over 200 pages, right? It's I've read the whole thing.
Yeah, we're sitting at I think 201 right now.
Wow, wow, and
not counting supporting documents.
Right. No, it's extensively well documented and hyperlinked.
True, there's a lot of like rabbit holes one can go down in reading this piece. This isn't like this is like academic like work. It is kind of like it is like a report. And like you can like the primary sources that you've compiled, like you can really like spin off down like rabbit holes. Like I was reading like that like landmark document that was created by one of these groups.
The landscape report.
Oh, the landscape. So
there's a lot of documentation, and some of the documentation I was most excited to get out there after having kind of sat through a year of this sort of smear campaign was some of the stuff where we were leaked documents and audio related to these kind of communications campaigns that were going on in the space, and we detail it pretty thoroughly in the report. One of the chapters is called Flood the Zone. I think that's got a lot of the information in it, where they actually use that terminology, kind of flooding the zone with new narratives to persuade the FDA towards approval. And one of those narratives was sort of this attacking of critics and people who were critical of the application, like us. I guess so. Some context for the audience on the sort of arc of that smear campaign regarding the New York Times, Hamilton Morris, and that kind of stuff was, I think it was February of this year, the New York Times put that piece out. And then Wired put out another piece, a guy named John Semley, kind of detailing that we got a donation from the Sarlo Foundation, which they kind of treated as like some big explosive
they
thing.
Had it.
Smoking gun. The Scooby-Doo unmasking moment.
It was right, yes.
And that's all, I think that's all notably connected to Hamilton Morris's narrative too. If you listen to some of his podcasts, he talks he'll talk about how shit the journalism space is in psychedelia and how nobody's doing it right except these two journalists, Rachel Newer and John Semley. And those are the people that wrote the New York Times article and the Wired article. And like the way Hamilton has gone on to publicize this information put out by John Semley was that we were paid to run a campaign against MDMA, which is not the case at all. We have no strings attached to any of our donations. None of our, like, we don't take on any of our donors' agendas, anything like that. Mm-hmm. But he's gone on to say that this reporting proved this. And what do we?
Well, maybe we should back up because who is Hamilton Morse? Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think listeners to Psychedelics Incorporated Part 2 will have gotten a rather vivid profile of Mr. Morris, the son of immensely successful documentary filmmaker Errol Morris. Not that that means anything, but somebody who's been in the psychedelic space for a very long time. Like a lot of people will remember his Vice show, Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia, in the 2010s, which was very like slickly produced and featured him traveling around the world, kind of experimenting with various psychedelic substances on himself and then filming it. And, generally became a very popular figure in this space because he does have at least, I don't know, maybe an undergraduate and maybe a graduate level like background in chemistry.
That's why he had to go to work for Peter Thiel, is because they paid it's very, very hard to get a funded graduate education in a discipline as obscure as chemistry. So he simply needed to go to work for Peter Thiel so that he could get his master's degree with funding.
Well, and one of my favorite things regarding his credentials is that he actually does not have any credentials in journalism, which I think is a kind of a notable thing as he gets kind of touted around as like the face of psychedelic journalism. He goes on stage saying like, I've never received a degree in journalism. I taught myself journalistic ethics, and I actually think people who go to journalism school are kind of suckers because what you're paying to be a blogger. And so
I mean, I feel like he
says this stuff.
Somebody
he hasn't successfully taught himself any ethics, it seems like.
No, considering he went to work for the biggest controversial company in the space that he covers, that's like the opposite of like anything they would tell you to do in journalism school.
Yeah, the ethics thing doesn't seem to hang him up too much. I would almost argue that he has a little more of a flowy documentarian sensibility, probably influenced by his father, who, speaking of, trustworthiness, I believe, didn't he get hired to produce a very glowing profile about Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos back in the 2010s and basically did like a glossy, cool commercial for her. So maybe there's a little, like lack of rigor that runs in the family in terms of maybe they don't want to let the facts get in the way of a good story, right?
Well, you got to let the market sort it out.
Of course,
they're just you put in your hat in the ring, and if the ring sets on fire and everybody's money burns, then that's just what it is.
Then they took angel dust wrong. It's like it's just their fault. But
I thought it was important to provide a little bit of context as to who this person who has decided to. I think at this point, I just recently we tallied up something like, what was it, Russell? Like, was it 24, 25 hours of content since
that. I mean, he's produced like
the FDA decision,
3 dedicated podcasts to talking about us, like all the intro to like every one of his podcasts for the last year talks about us.
Yeah, he's been on Shane Smith, right?
Yeah.
Shane Smith. He's been on the Danny Jones podcast, which a lot of colorful characters go on, and the one referenced in the beginning, Andrew Callahan's Channel 5 show, which is, Khalid, you said, popping up in kind of right-wing friendly psychedelic spaces. And I think to a certain extent, you might be able to say that about Channel 5, but that's actually one that's more a little vaguely left-wing coded, isn't it? Right?
Well, yeah, you're right.
But yeah, yes, and yet still, you get Hamilton going on there, launching these that was maybe the most egregious interview where I think he was, I don't want to get into legal things, but almost borderline defaming you guys.
He took it to a new level.
It was egregious,
he said they start the interview. It's within like 10 seconds of starting the interview going, this might get us sued. There's some legal stuff
because
here that
like
might
you
get us
guys are the,
sued.
yeah, it's like this weird kind of like Darvo thing where like, and it was strange. Like, I like obviously I wouldn't expect him to like agree with what like you've said about like any of this stuff, like the MDMA clinical trial and all those things, and like, the like serious flaws in like the therapeutic methodology that you pointed out, and like yeah, I wouldn't expect him to think the truth, which is that like the FDA had like a really good reason to reject this like therapeutic methodology and this trial. But like the fact that like he went so far is like really just like kind of like aggressively like, show that he was willing to like lie in order to like advance this narrative. It seemed like it went out in a memo. Like it was that same kind of week of like where we saw this sort of all these, in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death, we saw all these like, prominent right-wing figures kind of like, like making a solemn vow to like crush all these left-wing activists who are like trying to, destroy our country or whatever. And then,
the reality of the timeline around that Channel 5 video is interesting too. And I'll just say that did mark a step up in the rhetoric, where the kind of smear against us up to that point was around this donation that we received that was no strings attached, that they were wanting to paint as funding a campaign. This Channel 5 interview stepped up the rhetoric, where Hamilton went on and said that we were funded not only through some donations, but also funded by another company called Usona, which is another psilocybin producing company. They're a nonprofit. They put a lot of their stuff out, open science. Still plenty of critiques to make against Usona, and we have in other reporting. But they're notably kind of Compass Pathways' biggest competition, which is where Hamilton Morris got hired and worked for a long time in their lab to like patent psychedelic medicines.
Right.
But he goes on Channel 5 and premises the entire interview around that we not only received a donation from the Sarlo Foundation, but he's discovered that we were secretly funded by Usona to also run this campaign against MDMA and to attack him and Compass through Usona and do terrorist actions on Compass Pathways and
he
on
did
all this
say
stuff.
that. He's used the word terrorist actions, which I think he meant posting negative things on social media.
Forgot that.
No, I can tell you exactly what he's talking about. There was we had a previous managing editor who made one post on Facebook that was encouraging people to look into strategies where citizens had resisted pharmaceutical companies. And he made one example that was like, and it's funny, if you look at the post, he specifically says, I don't endorse any of these tactics, but you should like read up on the history of like citizen resistance to like animal abuse in pharmaceutical trials and stuff like that, is basically what the quote was. And he's taken that to mean like, oh, Hamilton has interpreted that as someone who was associated with Psymposia saying that like you should do terrorist actions against pharmaceutical companies.
Let's clarify and be real clear about this, because there are things that are published by guest authors, people who are who have been or are current members of Psymposia on the Psymposia site. And then there are also a variety of statements and open letters that are published under the byline of Psymposia. A Facebook post doesn't rise to any of those levels. These are it was a comment made by somebody who's no longer associated with the organization before I was ever associated with the organization.
Years ago.
It's like, if this is the most salacious thing that can be latched onto, and that is real right out the gate with this Andrew Callahan thing, really everything that follows should be extremely suspect. Like,
yeah,
it's wild to call somebody who is criticizing you, like the propagator of like 100% lies. Many of the things that were said on that report like bear resemblance to reality.
right.
That's what I can say. But the degree of misdirection,
well, he's intentional. He's gone into a pretty dark conspiracy.
It's very dark
rabbit hole of, and a lot of it boils down. I don't know how familiar your audience is with USONA, but a lot of it is this stick up his ass he's had with USONA for a long time, and he sort of spun that into this sort of web of bizarro conspiracy theories. I don't know if we want to unpack that a little bit, but it's really core to where he's coming from with a lot of this.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we should talk about other things, but I mean, it did like stick out to me from that there was this one point where he talked about like, being at a conference, giving a speech, and someone from the audience like got up and asked him, like, what are you doing to honor like indigenous people, like, and indigenous people that this knowledge of psychedelics comes from, and he was like, she was like an agent of USONA who was sent there to make me look bad, and it's like because
he said that she was an employee of USONA, which she never was.
Yes.
It's like, even if she were, like, that question to me, as he related, I didn't actually see the actual video, but that question is not actually an attack unless you take it as one.
Right.
Like just answer it. Like, well,
he went ahead and he actually put the video on. I think Channel 5 put it in their newest released copy of the video, and like I showed it to my partner, and my partner was like, that was the most respectfully asked question, where it starts out with her going, I really appreciate like your previous work, like everything you've done in like the Vice documentaries and stuff, and I just wanted to ask you this kind of question. And like then he's like, and she's attacking me.
So I was there, and I believe Normie was there as well when this was asked, and I can share my perspective on this conspiracy theory that an agent of USONA maliciously, got a group, like a panel, to turn on Hamilton, as he put it. Well, I was there, and not only that, but the person who asked the question was having second thoughts about it. And I did encourage them to say, no, you have a good question. Go ask Hamilton. If there's a conspiracy of Psymposia, trying to do this to Hamilton, like, I can confirm that, yes, somebody was nervous to ask a question to Hamilton, and I did encourage them to do that.
This is my favorite thing that our opposition out there, they say everybody's an affiliate of Psymposia. It's sort of like the closest thing is like it's Antifa, right?
I was I was gonna bring that up at some point.
Well, I mean, like
that's the closest thing. During the FDA advisory committee, anyone who was critical of provided like testimony, they were an affiliate of Psymposia. The New York Times really tried to go out of their way to stress
they reported
this.
They reported 7 people from Psymposia. That wasn't even 7 of us.
With the New York Times, I don't think people realize this. When the New York Times is writing a story on you, a lot of outlets, for instance, Wired has an independent fact-checking team. They have a division. They have a top fact-checking editor, and then they have people who work. So they're writing a story on you. The journalist will submit the story, and then the fact-checker will reach out to you to say, hey, there's these claims that are in the story. I wanted to go over these things. Mm-hmm. And with the New York Times, they don't have that. They actually allow the writers of the article to send you, when the New York Times did the story on us, they basically send you a tiny paragraph, bulleted points, and just say, hey, I'm making sure that these are all correct. And that's it. That's the extent. So they allow their writers to do the fact checking. It's a disastrous policy that they have.
Very interesting.
For us to actually see how like the sausage is made with the New York Times was really revealing.
Well, no, I mean that's kind of been evident, like in their coverage of Gaza. Like like it seems like their journalistic standards only exist to like punish people who are like overly negative about Israel, and then like in any other context, like they just are not existent. And yeah, your story definitely
they get like their minds set on an angle, and that's not budging.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I do feel like it is interesting, like as like an epitome of like some of the things you talk about, like in your recent report, like, you know, I noticed that like and you can kind of see like this sort of it all seems like very calculated when like Hamilton talks about, for instance, like he leads with describing like this person who like was never actually like, you know, as I understand, like never actually connected with you, never a member of Psymposia at all, despite, you know, Andrew Callahan describing this person as a core member, which I guess Hamilton affirmed, but like, you know, who has like a criminal record, which is like very, you know, like shocking and upsetting to hear. And then like, you know, from that, like he moves to.
I'm not
like,
even
you know,
sure if that's entirely true, but
it's a single complaint filed by an ex-partner that was never adjudicated.
The person that
whatever, it's an upsetting complaint.
is Sasha Cisco,
right?
Who has, to be clear, never been a contributor to Psymposia. Has themselves in the past, you know, created distance that I'm not a member of Psymposia. They were somebody who followed our work. They were somebody who, you know, on Twitter would, you know, poke at some of the subjects of some of our reporting and say, you know, this is true. What, you know, they were visible on Twitter, but our interaction with them that did occur was that they were on a list that we were on, and funnily enough, Hamilton's part of the story as well. Back in 2022, in Miami, there was a conference called Wonderland.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
I think this may
one
have
of these
come
grifty conferences that pivots immediately to longevity when the psychedelic space starts to implode.
Yeah, and we were on a ban list, but Sasha was also on the ban list along with two seeming former business partners of the conference organizers. So it was like their burn book or something.
Right.
Like it was
personal
like
abuse.
We don't like any of these people. Yeah. And but Sasha, interestingly, was the only person on the list who had tried to actually attend, and they were removed by the police. And so in our coverage of this really bizarre thing that unfolded, that included Hamilton trashing a paper written by myself and Nishay Devino, also Psymposia, you know, like that all came up. But yeah, we were never affiliated.
Yeah, we interviewed Sasha about getting kicked out of the conference, but that's really the only. Beyond that, the association is a bunch of retweets from them.
Well,
of our stuff.
you guys are kind of
They did participate in the FDA advisory committee open public hearing, which we should like maybe touch on, which is one of the big reasons why Hamilton is doubly mad, because clearly he was mad back in 2022 about our presence and contribution in the space.
I also happened to report on him moving to Compass.
Right, exactly. You know,
which at that point,
in a very fair way.
Right, which at that point, to his full knowledge, had been invested in by Peter Thiel, who owned, I forget,
he talked about it.
He owned like a chunk of the company.
An employee of Peter Thiel. Like, but that's the thing. Like, why is it okay for him to do that? But why is it okay for Rebekah Mercer to give a bunch of money to Maps?
Wait, that's a different
millions
Mercer.
to Maps.
I think.
Is it not Rebekah Mercer?
Juliana.
No,
Rebekah Mercer.
Rebekah Mercer did give to Maps.
Okay.
But there's a different Mercer,
you
right?
Are
they related?
Yeah.
Not
Juliana
that I'm
Mercer
aware
is
of.
the
I wasn't sure about that. Yeah, she's
Rebekah
the veteran.
Mercer was the donor.
Right. Okay. So sorry.
So why is it okay for her to give them, but like for you to get like 100,000 from this like the Sarla Foundation. Like why like is that? It almost feels like
Well, and not only that, but ours is, like I said, no strings attached. The Mercer donation had strings. Maps had to use that how they wanted it to be used. And
Sure.
Peter
For
Thiel
veterans.
having an investment in Compass is, yeah, he wants returns from that.
I can answer
We
your
didn't know
question,
anything.
Khalid, I can answer your question. It's very simple. The Mercers, fascists, they may be, are perceived as on mission, and we are perceived. I disagree with that. But I also no, I don't know if I disagree with that. We're perceived as being contra mission. In fact, I think that's actually probably correct. I am not team Maps. Crossing the finish line at the FDA. I have a lot of problem. We all have a lot of problems with Maps, which is very clear in our reporting and this recent report, the Psychedelic Syndicate. And the thing is that when we have been allowed to speak our piece, to lay out our arguments, I have been in conversations with people employed by Maps therapists, people running clinical trials who have heard what we've had to say in a cordial setting and have said things like, yes, I do believe that Rick Doblin should resign as a result of everything that you've laid out here. Yes, I am very troubled by this pattern of ethical violations that harmed people in the clinical trials. And that is why this strategy of shoot the messenger, essentially, ad hominem smear, sort of napalm the good faith conversation with anybody. Russ, what have you been collecting? You've been collecting a bunch of sort of online accounts of people saying what about our work?
Well, I've just started coming across these comments, so I've started a little collection of people legitimately saying, "Oh, I don't read their work because it like causes my brain damage." Yeah. I've got Hamilton on record saying that. I've got Joe Moore from Psychedelics Today saying that. They're like, I've just stopped engaging with anything that Sympasia does, anything that Nishay Devino does, because I think it's going to cause brain damage and stuff like that.
Wow.
They just they want to critique it, but they won't even touch it. Meanwhile, we've just shown we can write 201 pages on you guys' content. We clearly read all your shit.
Yep.
It truly, a dynamic that repeats itself across many.
And do
domains,
they use a specific phrase of brain damage every time?
That's one example.
Okay.
But they're all along.
I wouldn't
that
recommend
same
reading
it.
exactly.
I don't read it.
I don't recommend anybody do that. That kind of thing. Yeah.
But one of them did. I think it was
We're familiar with that
that
phenomenon.
I think we are.
Yeah.
They're just too stupid to listen to. Don't listen to them. No, exactly.
We know everything about them. We have encyclopedic knowledge of everything they've ever said, but
no, it's disturbing how when you try to go against something that has a lot of momentum and you try to come at it from a genuine left-wing perspective, if it fucks with the prerogatives of where capital wants to go, this type of thing tends to happen. I've noticed where you get in terms of internet discourse, watching what's happened to you guys is almost like observing a masterclass in astroturfed, targeted harassment, bot farms, billionaire money backing up artificially inflated narratives about something that they're literally invested in, and then kind of using the affect of people like Hamilton to psyop people into thinking that it's the exact opposite of what it is, and you guys are the big industry, bad astroturf, corporate,
There's
big
every
pharma.
Accusation is a confession aspect to it.
It's pure Darvo.
100%.
Said that.
I do want to say that there are plenty of corporate people in this space that agree with our positions.
True.
It's actually been really interesting seeing shroom stocks recently and the sentiment that's on there.
Somehow they're the most visible subreddit.
Shroom stocks.
oddly, Christian Angermeyer, who's an investor in Compass,
Right.
who's also the head of Atai Life Sciences, after the advisory committee last June, he put out a really interesting blog post where he basically echoed everything that we were saying. The reality is that a lot of the companies that exist, they knew MAP's strategy was really flawed. Behind the scenes, they understood this. The FDA, the FDA does not approve drug therapy combos. They don't approve therapy. Therapy is outside of their mandate. Under the radar, everybody was advising, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people were advising MAPS to not include the therapy. It introduced a lot of risk. Not only did it introduce risk just by having the therapeutic component, MAPS's therapy it's a pseudoscientific kind of wackadoodle therapy.
Parts of it, that are allowed in it. Yeah.
Yeah, and
definitely.
Like, this is the reason why all the other companies, they're not doing assisted therapy. They've abandoned that. They're trying to steer clear of that. That was advised by lawyers. People knew, like, if you're going to bring an NDA, keep it very simple. Don't overcomplicate things. Don't add variables that regulators cannot even understand. So while they've looked at Psymposia and been, oh, they're leftist, they have left-wing politics, and they've tried to spin this narrative. The reality is that our critique, there's an overlap of our critique with just standard executives from other companies. They don't want, after that got rejected, it was like, MAPS who? Who's MAPS? We don't want to,
well,
they flopped. I mean, essentially, like, that's like, not to bury the lead, but, despite all the blame being thrown at you guys, like, it wasn't just you guys that, were pointing out the flaws, like, the sort of like epistemological
probably the most, we were the most vocal.
Yeah.
But people knew what was going on there for sure. The other thing I want to point out is, so when a drug is rejected, and the FDA will put something out called a complete response letter, and it's referred to as CRL. And the CRL, it's a confidential document, and so the FDA will send the sponsor the CRL, and within the CRL, it'll outline the various things that they took into consideration, why it failed, essentially. So they issued that CRL last August, a year ago, 2024 August. And MAPS, who it's MAPS Lycos. This is Lycos. MAPS is
MAPS now Lycos, now Resilient Pharmaceuticals.
It's so complicated.
Wait.
It's such a clusterfuck.
The Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Study, a 501c3 nonprofit that is the wholly owned owner of MAPS PBC Public Benefit Corporation, that was later restructured with $100 million Series A financing round private into Lycos Therapeutics after the FDA rejects their NDA, which is a new drug application. They rebranded as Resilient. They don't even have a logo yet, but Antonio Gracias is a part of it.
Oh, Antonio Gracias, board member of SpaceX.
So they issue the CRL.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so
Back
the
to
CRL comes out. Okay, so the CRL comes out. Now, nobody other than a couple insiders knew what was in the CRL. Why did FDA actually reject it? There was this information vacuum that happened, and basically all the shit was thrown at us. They wanted it. They wanted to just pin the blame on us, this leftist fucking woke group, and that's it. The interesting thing
gave
is
9 minutes worth of testimony at a advisory committee meeting.
Yeah, and by the way, Niche had submitted a citizen petition to extend the amount of time that the public could provide comments. You could so they opened the window another 45 minutes. So
yeah, wow.
Democratic
which also
engagement.
let
No.
pro MDMA people give comments as well.
Of course.
Yeah,
so the Trump
I was a co-author on that and on that petition, and we put out a press release saying that the FDA had in fact budged, and usually they give, I think in the past they've given about an hour, and they ended up giving something like, was it an hour and a half?
It was an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, to our knowledge, everyone who submitted an application to have an oral comment in the open public hearing was allowed to speak, and that they wrote us and said that a portion of what we were speaking about in the citizen petition to extend the open public hearing had been granted, and we sent out a press release saying the FDA has granted part of this. Oh, also 3 members of Psymposia will be participating in the open public hearing.
Well,
let me wrap up the CRL.
Please go.
Yeah.
So the Trump administration. So historically, the CRL remains a confidential document. The public never gets to see what's actually in that. The Trump administration earlier this year changed that internal policy, and they started dumping CRLs from prior rejections. That first tranche that they put out, Lycos' CRL wasn't in there, and then a couple months ago, I don't know what it was, 2-3 months ago at this point, they released the Lycos CRL.
Yes,
so
September.
Everybody could see the exact reasons why FDA rejected it. And
11 pages. Symposia's name isn't in it.
Most of the reasons were
not
everything
one
that we
mention?
had. No, we didn't.
Nada.
Yeah, I mean, they're not gonna mention. They took into consideration some of the things that we had publicly said.
Sure.
They do reference the open public hearing in the CRL, something that Doblin and Hamilton spent a whole podcast saying was the real story of the CRL.
Yeah, it was
smoking
bad,
gun.
But they also list 3 main reasons that had nothing to do with it.
And what were those 3 main reasons?
I've got them up here. The first one was failure to collect quote unquote positive adverse events, which people have framed as like, oh, come on, we know MDMA causes euphoria, blah, blah, blah. And my argument back to that is like, well, yeah, they just wanted the data. You would have had a better chance at getting this passed if you had just collected the data that the FDA asked you to collect on this. And they just decided not to do that. There was a lack of durability data. So there wasn't like enough post trial screening of I think they didn't have data past 18 months. So like the durability data of the therapy wasn't clear.
Which there's a lot of problems. There's a lot of problems with the long-term follow-up studies. The whole side issue, but yeah.
Yeah.
The third one was that this trial had a ridiculously high rate of prior MDMA use among participants, and a really high rate of pre-screening failures. So that's pretty unheard of in a pharmaceutical drug trial that 40% of participants would have tried the drug in the past.
Right.
And not only that, they were pre-screening people and failing them based on a ton of criteria and recruiting from music festivals, conferences, on psychedelics. So they were recruiting from a pool of people that were very motivated to get this passed.
It's even more. It's worse than that. They were recruiting people who their therapists. So while MAPS was doing a phase 3 clinical trial above ground, a decent amount of their therapists were practicing MDMA therapy underground. I don't have any problem. Underground stuff, great. I used to operate in the underground. The reality is, though, that they were a bunch of MAPS therapists, while they're doing this professionally, they're also doing it on the side. They have a range of patients. Some of those patients were actually recruited into the clinical trial. So a lot of people who want to say, it's no big deal that their patients had prior MDMA use. It's more detailed than that. It wasn't just prior MDMA use. It was prior MDMA use using this protocol with these therapists
within this therapeutic paradigm.
It was basically rigged, kind of like with their friends almost.
They already liked it, probably.
Rubber stamp.
Yeah.
It was designed to be rubber stamp.
Because here's the thing. We're called, anti-MDMA, anti-veteran activists, which is the most insane thing I've ever heard. Like I'm, my family is a veteran family, for better or for worse. Like it's ridiculous. Like, and rather laughable that I'm anti-MDMA. That said, or any of us is anti-MDMA. Like, excuse me. Right. However, like I am trained as a scientist. My PhD advisor is a very good statistician. I'm an okay statistician. If you have a biased sampling pool, then your results are garbage, right? Yeah. If your experimental design is unblinded or has other forms of bias or like predisposition towards one result or another, what are we doing here? Like, that's bad science. You're and I numbers. Care. We care about psychedelics. We care about like what in the fuck is going on with these weird chemicals that you put into your brain and they turn all the knobs on your perception. Wouldn't it be nice to know more about that in a very clear way with this psychedelic renaissance? Because the real crime of prohibition is that, a revolution in technology happens for decades. Neuroimaging, genetics, and psychedelics as a field are left behind. And the idea that like you can just not take the data that the FDA wants when you have the shot to federally
working in very close collaboration
psychedelics.
With them too.
I have news for all these people. The USDA still asks fucking agricultural scientists to count corn leaves. And it's not because the USDA is confused as to whether or not corn produces leaves. If you don't have that data, you're not getting that $100 million grant. Do it. It's
the thing is, the trials,
what science is.
They had all the backing in the world.
The trials are bad. The science was bad. This was understood. So our report gets into this group, the Psychedelic Science Funders Collaborative.
Oh yeah.
PSFC.
Yeah, and so they, one thing we covered, we were sent a confidential internal financial audit that they ran on MAPS. You can read that full document. They understood that MAPS was a really sloppy, inexperienced organization. This was understood that this is how they operated. And think about, it's sort of like MAPS had existed for so long. They were sort of this, this network run by Rick Doblin, who had zero experience in drug development. It's one thing to get money from funders and to conduct research. It's another thing to then push that through the FDA. This is the reason that USONA was created. So USONA was created because you had a bunch of these researchers, 1960s, 70s, 80s, they're sort of doing their thing. And this network in the United States was generally the Hefter Research Institute.
Right.
These are sort of the psilocybin I refer to them the psilocybin consortium. And they funneled money and they did research with Johns Hopkins, NYU. Those are the two primary universities that they were in close collaboration with. They brought at one point, I don't know if it was 2016, 17, 18, sometime around there. At the time, they thought that they were going to get psilocybin approved. They brought a package to the FDA, and they thought that they were going to get that approved for end-of-life anxiety. Okay, that doesn't exist in the DSM. Point being, USONA comes in, and USONA is sort of this group, this nonprofit that is sort of, it formalized that network. They knew how to bring a drug through the approval process. So, like, imagine what would happen if the five of us tried to get a drug through FDA. We don't know what the fuck we're doing at all. And USONA was designed to streamline that whole process. MAPS was like just a really sloppy organization that, didn't really, they had Amy Emerson running the PBC. This was someone who did not understand how the drug approval process worked. So MAPS gets a bunch of money from Silicon Valley, PSFC, a lot of these figures that we cover in the report. And they hire a Boston Consulting Group. They hire outside consultants. How do we actually get this through? The thing is, they kind of started that process too late. They pivoted to commercialization and like the latter half, because there was two parts of phase 3. There was two independent parts of phase 3, two different trials. They pivoted to the second part quite late, where they already had a lot of the data compiled from it's referred to as map 1 and map 2. Map 1 was generally mostly completed at that time, and they hadn't considered a lot of these things, to the point I'm trying to make. It was really a JV operation that they were running, and that just doesn't cut it.
Yeah,
I mean, I will
go on.
I was just going to say that one brief point, which is that like MAPS was good at one thing, and that's culture, and they were, sort of a clown car that they used.
Sort of. When you try to be everything to everybody, you're nothing to nobody. Is that the?
I'm not saying I agree with it, but
I think the one thing that MAPS succeeded,
that they used as a battering ram.
If I had to say one thing I think MAPS succeeded in, it was generally destigmatizing psychedelics.
Yeah.
And they've been at that for a while. I mean, back in the 90s and the 2000s, I remember, seeing their name around, and they were always kind of, it's like a hippy-dippy group that wants to spread information about psychedelics and, kind of advocate for them. And, didn't Rick Doblin used to brag about all the smokable tasks that he had in running MAPS, where it's stuff you could do while
put it in
smoking.
The handbook.
Yeah, like smoking weed, things you can do while smoking weed, which is I don't know, accounting,
cool.
all kinds of
he said, I mean, I think we touch on it in the report. I think I forget where he said it. It might have been in the Wall Street Journal
with Favreau,
but he
I
said
think on PodSave.
Okay, he said said before he would submit anything to the FDA, he would smoke a bong and go through edits on it and stuff.
That's an alternative explanation to what I'm about to say, but I almost feel so to me, to go back to Norman's point, I think, everything you said kind of has really, crystallized this, for me. I think that it kind of hits the nail on the head in a way. Tell me what your response is this, but I almost feel it is odd because, really, what you're saying, even though you're kind of portrayed as these fundies who are out to crush psychedelics and they're trying to harsh your vibe, man, or whatever, and they kind of trigger people with this MK Ultra, reaction implanted by Timothy Leary over the course of decades. But really, you're just saying a very reasonable thing, which is this needs to be done, more responsibly and more conscientiously. And they were as you have said, you didn't really imagine that this trial, wouldn't be approved, that this, wouldn't actually get through. It seemed like they, were set up to actually get this passed, past the FDA. And so for like if I were in their position, like, and I believe what they claim they believe, then I would just be like, oh man, I guess we messed that one up, but like we're gonna have another chance. Like we came close. Let's just go like make sure that we don't make those mistakes again, and like we can like achieve this thing that's really important to us. But instead, the response has not been to like, fix their own house. It's been to like go at like, try to shift blame onto like like quote unquote like left-wing terrorists who want to destroy like who want
they've
millions of
never
veterans to
accepted
suffer.
responsibility
Like,
as an organization.
but
Like
it's
they've consistently gaslighted as an organization.
like, and my question is like, well, my question is that because like the flaw, what appear to like reasonable people to be flaws, is that like part and parcel of like what like they like their vision, like do they like they don't believe in this in isolation from like the deeply problematic and like compromised like abusive therapy.
They can't fix it because it's part of it. They can't fix it because it's part of it.
I mean, you look at what we've criticized a lot in our Nishé's done a lot of criticism around this, and it's a large part of our report is around sort of the underpinnings of this psychedelic therapy kind of practice that MAPS is funded, that sort of has like MAPS has its roots in, this underground sort of circle has its roots in. I'm not saying every psychedelic therapist practices this way, but Rick Doblin has gone on record saying that Stan Grof is like the foundation of MAPS and his like spiritual father, and like that's and
this is like in their official corporate
Francois,
history, authored by him
Francois
and Amy
Borzat and Aharon Grossbard, who were some of the biggest trainers in that underground space. That's detailed in our report, as well as in Cover Story Power Trip, their sort of origins in this Grofian and like Roquette space, where like you can trace it back pretty far, this lineage that's very pseudoscientific and very like sure of itself, but has harmed a lot of people. And that's very central to a lot of the practices that have been allowed into the protocol they were trying to get over the finish line. And I don't know that everyone in the space is adhered to these, but everyone in the space, at least up until this FDA rejection, was relying on MAPS to kickstart the industry, like MAPS Lycos to kickstart the industry. And that's detailed in our report too, is like PSFC's whole plan. There were like 3 prongs of the first prong was get MDMA over the finish line as sort of the first legal psychedelic-ish therapy. Then you get psilocybin approved at the state and federal level, and then profit. Basically, you have the industry after that. And so the idea that MAPS couldn't make it through was upsetting to a lot of people who were relying on it to kickstart their careers, their ambitions, everything that they had been relying on.
Which seems,
I think that's one of the other reasons that it had this sort of effect.
The other thing is they fully believe in this therapeutic modality. They haven't really. I think so much of it has been unexamined. Like, what is actually the therapy? Yes. So when Psymposia started, basically from 2014 to 2017, we had worked pretty closely with MAPS on doing events and some stuff like that. We had talks with Rick Doblin. We did one in Boston called Legalizing Psychedelic Therapy. It was more in like 2019-ish, around that time. 2019, 2020, I want to say, that we started like actually looking at the research deeply and being like, what is actually here? And
having some weird interactions with them. I think lightning in a bottle was a big turning point, but
there were several. But what
was that lightning in a bottle? Like, I mean, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. But
I want to let Normie go on this, but we can talk about it.
All right, sorry.
Here.
What am I talking about?
Oh no.
Well, where you were going around the sort of turn around MAPS and the sort of skepticism around them.
Do you want me to talk about the lightning in a bottle thing?
Well, yeah, we can touch it.
It sounds, yeah, it was up.
Because I mean, I think it has to do with it.
It was just an evocative name, and I was like, "What was?" I don't remember reading about that, so I was just like,
there had been some like
I think
big
it goes
red
into
flags.
their weird techniques and beliefs.
Look,
it also goes into why Psymposia super tight with maps, which is how I encountered Psymposia.
After 2017,
no longer
there had been red flags about
was.
maps for me for a while. The biggest one for me personally was a death that happened at Lightning in a Bottle. That was in 2008.
It's a music festival.
Okay.
2018, they get hit with a wrongful death.
Burning Man, but with $15 baked potatoes.
Yeah, someone sent me that. Someone had sent me that wrongful death lawsuit that was filed on behalf of her family, and in the summer of 2018, me and Russ had contacted Doblin. We were going to run a story on it because the wrongful death lawsuit had just come out, and so we had emailed Doblin. Doblin immediately, he did the thing that what's the new Trump lawyer Halligan does. She she just says that this is going to be off the record.
Understanding
how off the record works.
And the death happened.
I
to,
declare
just to be
bankruptcy.
Clear, through this, it was someone who had come to the Zendo project for care during a psychedelic experience.
What's the Zendo project?
Ended up dying. The Zendo project is a project that was I think is still under Maps. Maybe it went into.
No, they're separate at this point.
Well, it was
Maps helped kickstart this
Maps.
project. It's basically they were kind of into this whole vibe that there's no such thing as a bad trip, and that kind of stuff. So come to us if you're having a bad trip, and we'll help you through it and stuff.
Right.
In essence, isn't bad at a music festival, but they have what came out when I was trying to report on it was they don't always have people with medical credentials on staff, and the idea that you could identify what ended up killing this person was they didn't have the expertise for that kind of thing on staff.
The idea did it. I hang on real quick. I have done this kind of work, this harm reduction work. The idea, though, is that a lot of people who are under the influence of a psychedelic or a high dose of psychedelics, they aren't in physical danger. All right, psychedelics typically are not somatically toxic to a person, right? And so what does happen, though, is that they are psychically quite sensitive. They're overstimulated, which is what happens at these what am I saying, these
festivals.
Yeah. There you go. And so they don't necessarily, if we know perfectly, somebody has taken 5 hits of LSD and that was way too much. They've eaten an 1/8 of mushroom and that was way too much. They mixed mushrooms and 2CB and now all their spaghetti is falling out of their fanny pack or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. They don't necessarily need anything other than some water in a quiet space and somebody to make sure that they aren't going to cut themselves. It's not necessarily a medical emergency that, this is the problem, is that there's a lot of things that is right. Many people have gone to Zendo. I have volunteered at Zendo at the Big Burn. I have sat with people who were better off because they were there. However, if you don't do the first part correctly, then you don't know if you never know actually if a confused person is having a legit psychotic break, are on some poly substance. These are the problems of prohibition in general, is that people take drugs at festivals and you don't know what they are.
Right.
But generally speaking, it's a fine project to say, do you need a chill space with some supportive, non-interventionary people so that you can get your shit together? Yeah, that's fine. That's not what happened at Lightning in a Bottle.
I'm not going to get into
what happened at Lightning in a Bottle.
She ended up dying.
Okay, yeah, at this tent. At this tent.
They wrapped her in blankets and she died of hyperthermia.
Right. You mentioned this in your report. She was allegedly wrapped in blankets. Yeah.
And so even in that case, as far as we know, it was not a psychedelic that killed this person. This person died of hyperthermia.
Mm-hmm.
It was when do festivals happen? Well, most of them happen in the warmer months.
Yeah, so probably dehydrated, wrapped.
It took forever for medical to be. My recollection is it took forever for medical to actually be notified. It took a long time for the ambulance to get there, and then she ended up dying.
Wow.
Where I was going with it is after we had reached out for comment, MAPS communication department attempted to do this really just spin job out of it. So instead of like providing comments, they wanted to work with us on this story. And the pitch was, we want to do a story with you, and like this story is actually going to show how this death could have been prevented if prohibition wasn't a thing. And I was pitched on, so we'll do this story, and then we're going to present this to the MAPS board of directors.
Right.
It really left a sour taste in my mouth on how that was, how they tried to play me and Russ on this story. It was
what they thought we were to them, where it was kind of like, oh no, we're like their mouth. They want us to be their
we're gonna play
fetch.
Right.
You guys are gonna help cover this up, right? Like, spin this, right?
That's what it was. And there was also a Zendo, a fundraiser that was about to go off at Burning Man that year. So it was a lot of that. But like, that's just for listeners, if they're familiar with us, that's where things were at in 2018. That MAPS's communication director wanted to work with us to write a report, to write a piece, to present to the MAPS board as a collab between MAPS and Psymposia.
Right. Yeah.
Like, we had close proximity to them. We did in 2017, Psymposia did Psychedelic Science 2017. We were the main content partners with them. So you went to this gigantic Oakland Convention Center. So there was all the MAPS tracks, and then there was
that was a turning point in a lot of ways. Like, that was hailed as the biggest psychedelic conference in history.
Yeah, it was.
It's somewhat dwarfed now, but in its heyday, 3,000 people was insane.
We basically had an airport-sized hangar. The stage, we're in something called a marketplace, so there was like different booths, the Arrowwoods would be there, variety of different and different people were there, and we did programming there. After that conference was done, MAPS called us up and they're like, shit, this went down so good, we want your input. When do you think we should do the next one? We want to work with you on this next one. That was 2017. So fast forward to 2018, lightning in the bottle thing happens. Also in 2018 was that's when like corporations became a thing. Like the concept of a psychedelic corporation became a thing.
Investment.
Compass, the first mention of Compass that I had heard of was in the spring of 2018. I really wanted to do a story on it. I was working with some reporters to get a story out. We had done a super deep dive into who is Compass, who is George Goldsmith, who is Tapestry. You're in this organization called Tapestry Networks to like facilitate public-private partnerships between, say, banks and regulators. How do we like remove friction?
Let's get the FCC in the room.
Yeah,
with
all the stakeholders,
Lehman Brothers. Yeah.
Lost my train of thought here.
Oh, so this is after FCC. Lightning in a bottle,
FCC.
and
so it derailed you with lightning in a bottle.
They started going corporate in 2018. And then
Yeah, I mean, in 2018 there was a lot of friction in the space. You have Compass there. You basically had the psychedelic kind of space sort of split. A lot of that split was sort of exacerbated by Bob Jesse. Bob Jesse, this guy, has operated
former Oracle VP.
That's
yeah,
interesting. I noticed. Yeah, former VP at Oracle, Larry Ellison's company, which now owns Paramount and TikTok. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is also, according to Hamilton, Bob Jesse is our secret.
Our secret funder.
Our secret funder.
Because to not lose the train from the Channel 5 thing, his conspiracy theory that he led the interview with was that we were funded by USONA. His evidence for that was that Bob Jesse gave us I think $500 or so sometime in 2018, 2017, somewhere in the early late 2010s, as an individual donor. He was a USONA board member at one point, isn't anymore. I don't even know if he was during the MAPS FDA hearings or anything, but that's the entire Channel 5 interview was premised on that less than $1,000.
It's really
he films himself confronting him, and Jesse is a very grounded guy and is it just was I did in fact give Psymposia a couple of small donations.
I believe Bob. I went back. I went back. I think Bob gave us $500 two times.
Right.
And Hamilton just kind of went full Laura Loomer and without any information just spun this up into some vast.
That conspiracy. Is the only USONA connection, by the way.
Well,
we have no other connection.
Well, there's sort of one other connection.
Okay.
The lawsuit. That's sort of
it is the lawsuit,
group lawsuit,
which is a fucking can of worms. But yes,
right. But
you were saying the psychedelic space split in two there, Normie. Sorry, I just had to finish my thought.
Yeah, there's so many rabbit holes here. It's hard to keep on. It's hard to keep on track. So Bob in 2018 comes out with this document that's called a Statement on Open Science.
Open Science, Open Praxis.
Yeah. And so this was sort of this was Bob. This was the sort of the US psilocybin consortium guys, the pre-existing guys who had been doing this stuff for a long time. This was their pushback on Compass, essentially, because behind the scenes, there was a huge disagreement that was playing out. Compass had done this pivot from they did an open AI kind of pivot, and
an open AI pivot in that Compass was originally a nonprofit, and then working with the dying, and they sucked up all of the information about how do I do an IRB with psychedelics? What's the appropriate dose range? How do you set up your dosing room?
They ingratiated themselves to the space and then sort of did this pivot. Anyways, Bob comes out with this.
Yeah.
Bob comes out with this statement, this open science, open letter, which is essentially a pushback on Compass. Maps at the time, Rick, while he signed that, it was sort of just, for appearances, he signed it. He was very friendly and collaborative with Compass at that time. George Goldsmith, who was the founder, I don't believe he's any longer with Compass. He was the founder. He was extremely strategic in relationships with regulators, especially European regulators. MAPS really wanted to get into the European markets. That was really important for them, to have really solid connections with the European Medicine Agency, EMA, I think medicine. That's sort of the EU equivalent of the FDA. They really wanted to get in there. Anyways, that event kind of really split the space in 2018. And then, kind of once Compass sort of signaled, once Thiel sort of signaled that the space was investable, there was sort of this just flood. It was like kind of a crypto ICO sort of flood of just absolute shitcoin psychedelic companies. They were all over the place.
Yeah.
The Canada market opened up. There was all these penny stocks.
Famously underregulated Canada market. Yeah, the mining companies that were like, it's like a Congolese mining company that actually is like making psilocybin drugs or something.
Now a psychedelic
there were all these, basically it was all these bankrupt Canadian mining companies that were already publicly traded. So they were just bought.
You could like reverse take over them, so not have to go through the traditional
just
IPO
so they could list
process.
Russ did an excellent series on Psymposia from
mining to mushrooms. If anyone wants to read about that one.
I remember reading that 2 years ago. It was a really great piece. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So bizarre thing to stumble upon.
I know. So then the gold rush starts to happen around like 2019, 2020.
It's officially the mush rush or the shroom boom.
The shroom boom.
All right.
Yeah. 19 and 20 is just this sort of flood of companies. They're picking off all of the researchers. All the researchers are now advisors to the company. It's like it was a complete clusterfuck of psychedelics for everything, just complete slop, most of it, it's mostly gone at this point. Like
right. With
a lot of them have gone bankrupt, or they've been, something has been sucked up in some acquisition.
Right. I think in your report you said something, I might have the exact number wrong, but that between Compass and Atai Life Sciences, they control like over 50% of the kind of
something
psychedelic
like that.
startup market.
That's great.
Yeah, the market share.
Yeah.
I think on NYSE and NASDAQ, it's something like market cap.
It's
about half.
I do remember walking around. It's funny, the European thing, because I remember walking around East Berlin in 2023, not that long after we did these episodes, and I happened to walk by the Atai Life Sciences office in Mitte.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, okay, there's some kind of presence here in Germany that they're trying to do. Ironically, a city where you can walk in and buy like LSD, like B or something in like a weird like quasi legal store.
One P LSD. Or
it's
something.
like one molecule. It's like one LSD.
It's like a prodrug.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of strange. They have like a gray market there, but
the thing is, a lot of psychedelically enthusiastic, whatever you want to call them, advocates, they sort of just like kind of got behind a lot of this because it validated their
right.
As did I when I first got into this space. It was like you sort of, if you were pro psychedelic, you sort of just threw your weight behind psychedelics therapy or something like that because you just
the
thought this was the theory of change.
Yeah.
This was how it was actually going to change. What most people haven't really even thought of is, if MAPS had been approved, that doesn't mean your MDMA was going to be approved.
Right.
The schedule was going to bifurcate.
Yeah. Like that's always something that I think is I think you guys have kind of interrogated it, but like nobody else that's boosting the space has talked about, which is like it feels like, as somebody who does have like experience outside of like strict therapeutic settings with some of these substances, like there's a weird kind of like it sets this expectation that like you need to do it through this specific therapeutic paradigm, and like people are like, oh no, like if I can't have my specifically MAPS MDMA-assisted therapy, like what am I gonna do? And I don't want to be just like a snide kind of like counterculture hippie anarchist, but I'm kind of like you can just like get ecstasy, right? Right. I mean, you could like take it in a variety of contexts under your own control, like with your friends, or like I don't know, go to rave, like hang out at your house, like there's that. I don't know. It's like
I would argue that most people who have had life-changing or really good experiences with these drugs had them under those circumstances,
Right.
not in a therapeutic set. I mean,
Right.
plenty of people have done the therapy at this point, but I think the people who are really behind this movement have probably done it the way you just described, is like curating your own space with friends, people you trust, like
Absolutely. Which you think automatically would mitigate a lot of the potential like downsides of having a bad trip or like freaking out. And also I think the insistence that because it's therapy, you have to, I think I talked in our psychedelics episode about, things I knew about like sort of like ayahuasca therapy spaces in Southern California, which were, I saw it grow over the 15 years I've lived here. But like that framing of it's therapy kind of like sets you up to like, all right, I got to go into some dark shit here. Instead of, I don't know, like it can be therapeutic if you're not necessarily trying to go confront your darkest traumas, and like maybe it pops up organically, or you have a night where you don't
into that like continuous self-improvement space like way too easily.
Exactly.
Well,
and then
there's
the popularity in Silicon Valley that's a whole another thing. But anyways, call it. What were you gonna say?
Oh, well, because there's this weird phenomenon where, like, I think I was saying this to you guys before, like a little while ago. Like, there is like we've like covered a lot of like topics on subliminal jihad, like that people have passionate feelings about, and that like can be controversial. Like, we express like critical views, like many people's faves, but like we've never like encountered like the level of like intense like backlash that we have like about like anything that we have about this topic, like about any other, like. And I feel like there is like this, and I on one level like I understand, but I do feel like it's something that it applies to many spheres and many subjects. But for whatever reason, people really feel that like there's this kind of like switch that goes off where people are like, you are trying to take away, like you're killing people. You're like killing millions of veterans.
Oh, we've gone
like by saying this, like
the blood is on our hands, apparently.
But it is strange that there is like this. I just feel like it's a unique sort of like laser focus on like to me ambiguous, maybe to the people who have it like crystal clear goal, but that like nothing is allowed to like obstruct, and it's just this very like aggressive like I mean, I know this is a loaded term, but like it's an evangelical kind of like devotion to like a very
term,
rigidly defined but still somehow vague goal.
Yeah, it's like people's like window into like like the mystical moments, or like a sacred moment. Like I think psychedelics for a lot of people, maybe myself included, have like given me the most like touching God type experience, you know what I mean, or something along those lines, like the burning bush or something. Like these are people's like sacred moments, and I think it's very hard to stomach any criticism around that if they think that you're critiquing their personal like moments or what they've had from these things. And
which is a very easy thing to pivot if what you want to do is whip up outrage as to why again a pharmaceutical company backed by billionaires close to Elon Musk they didn't get what they wanted at the FDA, and they need to explain things to their investors. Like that's not a thing.
Oh, I think
that's not a thing that's easily.
No. It's just
sorry, you were saying.
Oh,
wait, I think your mic's on mute.
I am muted. I had a brief interlude, but
no worries.
Like here's the thing. Like it's cynical. It's extremely cynical because Rick Doblin's out here promising net zero trauma by 2050, or maybe it's 2070. I think the first time
2030, 2050, 2070, somewhere in there.
But and how is this going to happen? Yes, everyone like in Sudan and Gaza is going to get a psychedelic therapist trained in the secret teachings of Stanislav Grof or whoever's.
Yeah.
They're going to get a solid GMP crystalline, the correct particle size MDMA pill, and in 2 doses they will no longer feel the after effects of the trauma on a psychological level, and then world peace will ensue.
Yeah,
right?
Which when described by some like Daniel Pinchback, it's like basically sounds like they want to brainwash like everyone into accepting like their subjugation, like it is placid,
dosing
way.
The water has always been a bad idea.
It's I mean, yeah, it's weird that that idea is one that like has had some currency in the past, and that probably some of these people still would like believe in. But yeah, I mean, especially in part 4 of your like recent report, like you do see like a lot of these ideas, and you see like how, I mean, I guess it might not be a surprise to our listeners, but you do see like how ubiquitous like this kind of comment is like in these circles where it's like this is needed. Like everything is downstream of this, this is what's going to save civilization.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. What were you saying? Yeah.
This is what happens when you have like no class analysis.
Exactly. Because they never bring up what is trauma downstream from. It's always about healing the trauma. It's literally like a band-aid, a philosophical band-aid approach.
Yeah.
To
I don't think I've ever heard someone in the psychedelic space like connect any form of trauma to like a living wage or or anything like that. It's just sort of completely void.
Yeah,
I think his demonic possession than to a living wage. Not to say that whatever
demonic possession in this space,
like,
like quite the contrary. One of the PSFC board members, Steve Jurvetson's wife Genevieve, has posted on X that quote socialism is the suicide pact of mediocrity, and basically, Jurvetson has said, I'm someone who loves capitalism for all its flaws. And if there is a for-profit solution, that's usually the best one. So, these people are not, they have no class analysis. In fact, maybe they do have a class analysis, but it's like, a negative one of the rulers of capital. Like, it's a class warfare analysis.
They want a state cult that is going to, like, vindicate, like, all their power. It's like the ultimate, like, it's like...
Have you all heard this one about MBA graduates and Marxists know the same things, except the MBA graduates think it's good?
Yes. I've pretty much heard that. Or, if you want the best newspaper for a Marxist, read the Financial Times, because it has the structural analysis, but they're like, but it's good,
Christian Angermeyer, for instance, is out here saying that like maybe we need to create a disease called the fear of the future, because we are going to be living longer and living on Mars, and if you're 65 and you can't have like the same job you have and you need to learn how to code, maybe psychedelics can help. Like,
it becomes a Swiss Army knife for everything, for all the problems of our collapsing civilization. It's going to be like, just get one-shotted,
What's really interesting, is like, as a religious person, like you often hear, like, people are often critical of religion, usually, like, especially people like who are, people criticize religion from the left. They say like, oh, you've been on the side of reaction, blah, 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 it's retrograde in this and that way, etc. Which like, there's legitimate forms of that critique and there's, less legitimate forms. But what's interesting is like, and again, this is especially in the latter part, but you see a little bit of it throughout, is like this from like these psychedelic spaces, there's critique of religion as like too difficult to control, too much like on the side of like human freedom and like choice, and like we need to like crush it and we bring it to heel, because like these people are, it's very interesting, like they are there's a great part where someone basically blames people, I guess, in like the third world for like choosing like to reject modernity or to like reject technology. It's like I'm pretty sure that's not what happens like over the course of like the 19th and 20th century to people who like live on like the wrong side of like the capital accumulation. But like you know,
Yeah,
this is, oh well, we give them psychedelics, then like will get rid of all these like retrograde religious ideas, and they'll embrace, I guess, our new religion, which is about, I don't know, like worshiping yourself. I don't know. Like,
if
I don't know
recall
what
correctly,
it is. Yeah.
Hamilton brought that up in the Andrew Callahan interview, and as an example of like, then Psymposia took that and twisted it around and said that he was being insulting to indigenous people, and like when actually like, and Andrew's like, yeah, that's a totally normal thing to say, you know, and then like,
right,
you know, I mean, yeah,
I want to talk about that what a 2-hour long thing where Hamilton is being interviewed by a sex pest who idolizes him.
Lest we forget credible allegations a couple years ago,
highly
disappeared for 7 months
by multiple independent people, credibly accused of sexual assault.
Given the content of your critiques
of
about
Andrew
literally
Callahan.
like sexual abuse within these MDMA therapy spaces, it's just a little bit ironic that, you know, he's having Hamilton on to cape for why like this is so ridiculous that there could ever be any like, you know, boundaries crossed or like sex pest or assault kind of behavior from somebody who, you know, has gotten called out like seemingly legitimately, even though his fans will
they literally say like
it.
fuck those cancel culture guys at one point
right
in the interview.
And this is what I want to
hall
talk
monitors
about, because and thank you for setting it up so clearly. Like Andrew Callahan has this history. He has had to address it. He laid low for a little while. He popped back up basically on his own platform, and now he's quite wealthy as a result of it. But Hamilton goes on this platform to spend a lot of time attacking Niché and other members of our team on what I would call misogynist grounds. And the thing is that like, in my understanding of like the right wing and reactionary views, like misogyny might as well be the Rosetta Stone that unites ISIS and the Aryan nations. It's a basal level hierarchy and subjugation, and this group of people, you know, femmes are that which we can kick down on and step upon and spit on and make ourselves feel better with. That is a foundational kind of place that it's a point of unity. And I just want to make clear that while like Psymposia has been attacked and slandered and libeled or what have you in multiple media outlets, the initial campaign was kicked off in a Heroic Hearts and Healing Breakthrough letter that, you know, said Psymposia had collaborated with or was colluded, however they put it, with like ICER and a pharma-backed attempt to torpedo MDMA, but they specifically called out Dr. Niché Devenot, a member of our team who's not with us right now, like a senior lecturer at Johns Hopkins, and a lot of animosity has been channeled specifically at Niché, and part of that has been because Niché has been articulating critiques such as the cult analysis that essentially identifies MAPS as a therapy cult that is comparable to NXIVM or Scientology, and it does a very good job of laying this out in an understandable way for people, and the fury of the reaction of this person who has long, like, I teach a class in psychedelic studies, and Niché Devenot, they are the person who articulated what that is.
You know, the funny, just a funny,
yeah.
funny thing about that. I talked to a MAPS researcher this year, and I think their exact quote was, "Of course, MAPS is a fucking cult." Like,
well, that's
right,
where his critique
from.
is. Yeah,
they get
it comes
this
from MAPS employees.
Right.
Yeah, we
Like-
were not the first people to articulate that MAPS is a cult. It was people close to MAPS who articulated this. This has been kicking around for a long time, but I think I first saw it in print in Anna Stillman's Business Insider piece, you know. But
and
the
Olivia
thing is,
Goldhill's stat pieces
Right,
all have
right.
employees saying it too.
The thing
Right.
is, people don't understand that our sources include MAPS employees.
Yeah.
Of
Like,
course.
Yeah.
like I don't. It's wild to me that all of this speculation. So just kind of going back, so that CRL, when they put it out, there was no CRL put out. There was an information vacuum for a year, and Sympathia became the sort of like collective unconscious thing that they just threw
lightning
all
rod.
these
Scapegoat.
like darts at. And you know, when you don't know, say you have a thought, you have a story, like, and you don't have the facts, your mind starts getting populated with these ideas, and they branch
Nature
out
pours a
and they
vacuum.
grow, and you create a narrative to yourself you create a narrative, and that narrative like starts to feed on itself, and then you don't know when. You don't even know where you started, and then you start seeing things about Sympathia. Yeah, you see this New York Times piece, it fills in these gaps, and you start like coming up with this conspiracy theory that you don't even examine.
I mean,
and it's been
yeah.
wild being kind of quiet for the past year while we were working on the report, and just seeing the absolute slop that people put out there. Hamilton Morris did not reach out to us one single time.
Right.
And yet he just spent hours saying, it was like he just came up with these thoughts. And I don't know if he has a team. I don't think he does. I think he's probably a really lonely guy that kind of feeds off this parasocial
Well, he had a coworker
relationship.
at one point. He had a close
Oh
team
yeah,
member
as
once upon a
reported in the
time.
New York Magazine, which Hamilton says has the lowest
Yeah,
standards
lowest
of any
journalistic
magazine
standards,
because they published
yeah.
something about how he was like an asshole to his friend who died of a drug overdose, and you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's just been wild seeing how just people make up. It's the weird part of social media is like anybody can say anything, make up just whatever the fuck they want. And this guy makes a ton of money off his Patreon, and these kind of vulnerable, guys that really don't, guys like Andrew Callahan, they don't know like what's up, what's down. They don't know this space at all. And Hamilton
that's the
comes
value of
across
him,
as
I
the
feel like.
credible.
Yeah.
He comes across
And-
as just this credible guy that you've outsourced trust to him.
Absolutely.
And you think that
Absolutely.
Hamilton Morris is just going. Here's the thing: if you talk to psychedelic insiders, they fucking can't stand Hamilton. They think
doesn't
he's an
surprise me.
incredibly toxic guy. Most of them do. They think he's a loon. He's an amateur chemist. He's a fucking asshole. Like, it's universal. I've talked to lots of them. And the thing is, they don't want, through this whole ordeal, a lot of people, they just, the employees, the people who have worked with MAPS, the journalists out there, it's been so toxic, they don't want to get involved. They don't want any part of it. They don't want to criticize Hamilton, because if they do, he becomes astonishingly fixated on
a
you.
million reply guys will flood into your comments and start targeting,
Suddenly you're a
harassing
Sympathia
you.
affiliate.
Yeah.
Can I
this was like,
you guys wrote in your report that one of these supporters, one of these operators that was heavily involved with MAPS and the Millionaires Group, the PSFC. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. At one point, experimentally created an AI botnet that was trained on Hamilton Morris's online comments to go and attack like anybody saying nice things about Symphosia or critiquing like maps or any of this stuff. Like there's an army of Hamilton bots running around that are like, actually Hamilton's the most like respected guy. Like,
honestly,
it makes you wonder how much of this is real.
That's the thing that I wanted to say is that, like, you go ahead, address.
No, well, I was going to say Normie and Pace had the actual conversation with him, but I just wanted to preface it with, this was a guy named Matt Baggett who runs a company called Tactogen, which for a long time we had a fairly open, what I thought was like pretty good relationship with Matt, and he's like had been kind of on board with a lot of leftist critiques for a long time and was willing to discuss that stuff. And like he had this kind of model for an MDMA analog company through Tactogen, which was kind of pioneering some alternative vision to the MAPS therapy model, where he wanted to create sort of he kind of reluctantly, in his narrative of it, went for profit company vibes and like wanted to create these MDMA analogs, but experiment on the efficacy of them as a take-home drug. Kind of like what we were saying. So when I first started talking to Matt, I was like, that's kind of an interesting idea as an alternative vision to this MAPS space. He'd been involved with MAPS for a long time prior to that, so he had a lot of connections with them. But then
it doesn't sound like he was ever involved with PSFC in a direct way. As far as we know.
Yeah.
But we don't know.
I'll let you guys fill in the rest of the details on the bots though. That was our original relationship with Matt.
I'm gonna dovetail just real quick on some of the things that Russ said. Like, the New York Times got one thing right, which is that, we're leftists. Like, that's correct. Okay, we have a structural critique. We do care about drugs. And that's why we think about how they might, deploy in a for-profit healthcare model in actually existing capitalism, right? That said, that's important backstory, because I regularly have guest speakers in my class, and I don't often my opinions here are completely my own and apart from my institution at the Ohio State University, but I did host Matt Baggett as a guest speaker for my students, because I said, in the corporadelic world, I want to be fair. I want to represent these ideas, in a fair way. And I invited Matt to speak. He's a neuroscientist. And the sort of gambit of Tactogen, as Russ was talking about, is to actually we're going to patent something, but it's going to be like a new drug that perhaps functions in a way different and maybe better than MDMA for certain use cases. All that is fine, and yet the structural pressures of the discourse led, as far as we're aware, of the conversation that Normie and I had with Dr. Matthew Baggett, to take some rather strange actions in the sort of public information space that are effectively disinformation, right, for cost-cutting purposes, as far as we could gather.
Look, like,
Normie, do you want to give us some background?
Yeah,
tell us what happened.
I knew Matt for a while. Went out to dinner with him a couple years ago. I thought Matt was one of the good guys. He'd always been cool with me. He was one of the, one of the insiders, one of the real researchers who went on to found a psychedelic company. I stayed in contact with him, not super close contact, but I'd be in contact with him. And while we're getting like hit in the fucking mouth through this sort of octopus-like funded PSFC campaign, like, Pace had, I think, pointed it out earlier last year. Who the fuck is this?
Wide Awake USA.
This account on Reddit. It's just spewing nonsense.
It was hyper posting a bunch of critical Symphosia content, including
That mirrored a lot of Hamilton's talking points.
Yeah, called the
even before that,
claims.
Even before that, we were aware of this. We were
It's
aware
true.
of this Reddit account, right? And we had thought it was somebody else. And then fast forward to I want to say it was like October, November, some point around there.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's this Reddit thread that that starts spewing like a bunch of bullshit to about Psychedelic Alpha. They're one of the kind of main publications.
Like it's the business pages of the psychedelic world.
Yeah. And essentially Matt Baggett, he doxed himself.
Yeah.
He had posted, what happened was his AI bot account was posting, and then he responded to that. Like he made another comment, but he like what I think happened is he logged into like his other account, his real account.
He
right?
forgot
and commented on it.
Commented as his main when he was supposed to be his alt.
Yeah. And you know, I was talking to like a few people behind the scenes. I was like sending messages like, is this like real? Is this going on? Like, did Baggett just dox himself, like revealing that he was running AI bots? And so I sent Matt a message saying, hey, I don't know what I said.
Well, he changed
said, like,
he put in, after he kind of got exposed for it, he put in the account bio unfiltered alt of Matt Baggett. And I think, was that when we reached out?
Yeah, it seemed like he felt like guilty or something. Like the way that you framed it was like.
I'll tell you about it.
I think that might be fair. Like
I'll tell you about
seemed guilty, or it seemed like he felt guilty when we spoke with him.
Yeah, so I emailed and I said like, hey, I found like can we talk about like this burner account? And so we ended up hopping on a call. And yeah, he like actually felt super bad about the whole thing. I think it's because he was caught. And I told him, like, dude, we're getting hammered here from all directions by like these well-funded people. We were getting hit by Dan Crenshaw, by Elon Musk, RFK's retweeting. Dan Crenshaw produced a video about us. This is the congressman.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
he made a video, like a propaganda video about Symphosia.
On PTSD Day.
It was wild. We were getting, you know, just various emails, social posts. Someone
Crenshaw told his audience. He said, "Go to Symposia's page and tell them to stop hating veterans."
Yeah, so like all this shit is...
this isn't in the report, but the post before that post is Dan Crenshaw, an ad that he's posting for the special concealed carry pants that he sells and endorses. You know,
wow,
kind of scary.
Anyways, anyways, like, yeah. Baggett admitted to it, and I was like, hey man, like your posts sound, it's all the same talking points as Hamilton Morris. And Matt was like, yeah, exactly. And so like he was training the LLM on Hamilton's content, which was then spewing even more bullshit online that a Reddit user had no idea like wasn't a real person. And I was like, dude, this has consequences. Like, absolutely. You're contributing to this bullshit right now. That we're getting hammered here.
It was surreal in the moment though, because it sounded like at first it took us a while to really understand what he was getting at, because he was sort of it was almost like he was reading from like a script or a PowerPoint. Like he was like, well, in the complicated social media environment, Reddit is the only one with anonymous profiles, and public relations for a small company
he was
can
totally
be quite
one-shotted
expensive
by the AI, and he couldn't think about it anymore. And
yeah,
just like, yeah.
And I remember I was like, are you saying that like you're doing AI on us? Like, and then he was like, well, I may have experimented with a custom LLM trained on Hamilton Morris. And it's like, you what?
Like, look, the whole thing was really like completely disorienting.
Yeah, it was
and
very surreal.
This was someone who I thought was actually one of the good guys in the space, only to find out he's like kicking us when we're down. And
way down.
It felt that felt really shitty. And I think it's really important when we did our report for people to understand that there is a CEO who is talking about treating people for mental health on one hand, and on the other hand, he is running AI bots against people who he doesn't like to smear them and put disinformation. And I'm sorry if he's embarrassed now, which he is. And so the microdose emailed him, and his comment was the most insane shit. He like said, I don't know if you got the exact quote, Russ.
Yeah, I do.
Accused us of Biden era tactics.
Off mic, we're talking about the update to this story that this is the update we ended up writing into the piece. But Baggett didn't return Symposia's request for comment before publication. In a subsequent statement to the microdose, Baggett described his use of AI chatbots on Reddit as a tiny experiment I ran. He characterized Symposia's reporting of his use of AI to disseminate misinformation as, quote, rehashing Biden-era disputes.
Bizarre.
Talk
about a guy
a lot
not
of those people
taking
do like want to turn
accountability.
the page and leave the Biden era behind because like as you talk about, there's a lot of like this embrace. But this is kind of like what I wanted to say earlier, which is that like you can talk about how these people kind of spin this like dark tale of like how you're all like the agents of like these nefarious hidden powers and things like that, like as you said, like a conspiracy. But like there actually is a conspiracy, like as you say, like this is like very like accurately described as like a syndicate, like of people who are like not honest about like their relationship with each other, like the conversations they're having behind the scenes, their real motives, and even like things like this. Like it is, and it almost seems like nothing. Everything is permitted. Like everything is permitted if it like helps achieve the goal. Like like it's the same. It really is every accusation and confession, because like whereas you're portrayed as like these like ideologically dedicated like terrorists who are out there like bring down psychedelics at any cost. It's in their case like anything is justified as long as it will help us get like the MAPS therapy approved or like whatever.
Yeah, and to be clear, like we have been hammered by people who are in the MAPS network in that orbit. It actually has not been the other corporations at all that I'm aware of. These are people who were threatened by the MAPS rejection. This hasn't been, and it hasn't been Compass, MindMad, Cybin. Like, not the reality is they all know MAPS is a joke.
They had some choice words when they first started popping off on the scene, not necessarily for us, but for communities that maybe we're closer to in like the decrim.
No, I'm talking about in the FDA fallout.
Yeah. No, around the FDA, they've been pretty silent on it. It's been mostly, I mean, like in our report, we've kind of talked around PSFC a lot so far, but they're some of the main funders behind Lycos and the trials. In the end, they were some of the major funders, and their network has been some of the major funders of pretty much all of the rest of the nonprofit and PR space
all of it. This really is like the heart of the syndicate, right?
Yeah.
Anybody's lobbying at a federal level, which is tracked information, as we Russ gussied up, edited a psychedelic alpha graph that showed all of the federal lobbying nonprofits in the last 4 years or so,
3 or 4 years,
on a quarterly basis. And it's like a nice bar chart with lots of colors and stuff, but I looked at it and I was like, this reads a lot different after you read our report, because it's all of them. all of these nonprofits on this have received either, we know for sure, significant to the point of being like the majority of their budgets, to unknown but likely substantial contributions from PSFC.
Yeah, I've got it. It's Brain Futures, Healing Breakthrough, Reason for Hope, the Veterans Mental Health Leadership Coalition, the Healing Advocacy Fund, Heroic Hearts Project, the, I think, American Psychedelic Psychiatry Association. I think I got that one wrong.
No, it's the American Psychedelic Practitioners Association.
Yeah,
and
we've got
the Veterans
Mental
Health Leadership. Veterans Mental Health Leadership.
It's a horrible
Coalition.
acronym.
Coalition.
So
yeah,
much.
VMHLC. I can never say it right. But all of them have received at least some level of funding from PSFC, and some of them have received nearly
millions
the majority
of dollars.
Their funding from PSFC.
Millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can I just give a like an honor roll of some of the major donors of PSFC?
Please.
I think our listeners will find it funny. So among other people, this isn't like totally inclusive, but we have a SpaceX board member and Elon Musk associate Antonio Gracias, right? You have several heirs, which I find very interesting. You have Austin Hearst of the William Randolph Hearst, Patty Hearst,
Yellow journalism
founder, the scion of a publishing dynasty in California, and depending on how you look at it, maybe related to somebody who got involved in something very weird in the 70s with the whole Patty Hearst thing. But putting that aside,
Liberation Army.
Right. Yeah, we're talking about LSD, psyopt for weird purposes. I don't know. Vacaville prison. But anyways, we also have T. Cody Swift, an heir of the UPS fortune. We have Kimbal Musk and his wife. I forget what is her name.
Christiana Musk.
Christiana. Yeah. So Elon Musk's brother Kimbal and his wife Christiana are also major figures. We have Joby Pritzker. The Pritzker's coming up again. He was on the board of MAPS for a while. I think he lives in San Francisco, and I believe I had to check up because we've done things on the Pritzkers before. They're very involved in the weed industry in Illinois, so not totally apart from this, but I believe he is the son of Nicholas Pritzker, who, just off the top of my dome, had 4 phone numbers in Epstein's black book, but who's counting? Very powerful, involved in the management of like Hyatt and a lot of the Pritzker business empire, basically. And I think a first cousin once removed of Governor J.B. Pritzker. And then let's see, I think the big enchilada here, though, that I ended up doing like a little bit of like diving into because it just kept getting weirder, is this guy Steve Jurvetson, right? Yeah. Major figure. And I think this is now, he's been in Silicon Valley for a long time.
Speaking of AI,
There's so much to say about this guy in terms of red flags, you could say. So, I mean, where to begin? I mean, maybe to move backwards, like now I think psychedelic like startups are kind of like his main thing that he's doing right now. But
so his wife Genevieve is a board member of PSFC.
Yes.
And then he is kind of still in that SpaceX space, but he's through his company, I think Future Ventures.
Yes.
He's invested in that big one at Thai Life Sciences through Future Ventures. So, but him and his wife do a lot of, like, they've gone to DC to kind of talk with politicians and stuff like that. They helped they brought one of the speakers to one of the Heroic Hearts events that took place in DC and things like that. So they have a lot of, he says that his wife Genevieve has dedicated all of her professional time to psychedelics, and he's very involved sort of as his sort of side hobby thing.
Genevieve did go through the MAPS training for MDMA.
Yeah.
Okay, that does not surprise me. She's the one, by the way, that posted, I think, that like socialism is like for losers.
Correct.
Comments, yeah.
Yeah, I don't expect that this person will be a working therapist, but this is what access a donor gets, right?
Absolutely.
Front row seat.
Absolutely. And Jurvetson, he came to prominence mainly as a young hotshot member of Tim Draper's venture capital firm. Was it Draper Fisher? Jurvetson. Right, where he provided he sort of provided the first round investment in things like Skype and a couple other big companies that would go on to be, a very big deal. And then was also, I think, an early board member of SpaceX, was very close with Elon Musk throughout at least the 2010s. And I don't know exactly how close he is to Peter Thiel, but their paths definitely overlap at various points. And also, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is in your guys' report, that he had a little bit of a Me Too scandal that actually involved psychedelic substances in the late
MDMA.
2010s. MDMA, right?
Google why, Steve Jurvetson left that firm. That's all I'll say. It's in the report, but I mean, no need to belabor it. Yeah, you said it.
Yeah, it was a lot of pressuring young, potential, startup owners, female startup people in the Valley, bringing them to his Half Moon Bay mansion.
Well, to be clear, it wasn't him. It was
it wasn't him. Okay,
he hosted a number of parties, as kind of elaborated in the book Brotopia. Gets into it a lot, and then there's a lot of articles about why he left DFJ, but essentially he was hosting parties where drugs were being passed around, and there were allegations that allegedly that some founders with lower level employees, in this particular case that we write about in the report, a kind of higher level person was passing along MDMA to a kind of someone who wasn't as familiar with the space, wasn't as familiar with the drugs, who was pressured into this. And that allegation made its way up the chain of DFJ, who was like, this isn't within our company culture, we don't agree with it. And they took it seriously enough that they made him leave essentially the firm that his name is on. So his Half Moon Bay house is kind of at the center of this scandal involving MDMA.
La Casa Jervy by the sea. Listen, I just wonder what was, considered by the board of that company. I mean, when we think about our society where our economy is owned by capitalists, how bad were these reports that this divorce, as it were, happened? Right. I mean, my understanding of CEOs in Silicon Valley is that they typically get to do kind of whatever they want.
Yes.
I don't know. We know what was reported publicly, but I just wonder how bad it might have been for a company to have decided that was the best move.
Right. He left the board of SpaceX in 2020, I believe, and he seems to have suffered a bit for some kind of scandal. His wife divorced him, and I think has become she's taken her sort of part of his fortune and has become a very bit loud anti-Trump activist, and almost
I think she was funding the anti-Tesla protests earlier this year.
She
was really? I actually didn't know that.
She was.
Detail.
Yeah. I did recall reading that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I think his stuff at Burning Man in 2023, you guys covered, is wild. But I was trying to figure out, just how Peter Thiel and Elon Musk both have very interesting backgrounds, it kind of random, of being a white South African and then a West German, going to Stanford. Steve Jurvetson went to Stanford and graduated in 2.5 years in the late 80s. But did you guys know, I went down a rabbit hole yesterday, I won't belabor it, but it is interesting that he comes from Estonian political royalty, basically. Steve Jurvetson.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, his great uncle was several times the prime minister of Estonia in the 1930s, and then was the president, I think, from 1937 to 1940, until he was essentially forced to advocate by the Soviets and shipped and exiled to Russia, where he died in prison in 1956. And his his great grandfather was like the brother of that president, and his family managed to get out, and I noticed in articles where he's interviewed, he says they were evacuated to Austria in 1944 as the Soviet Red Army advanced, because they were like marked as political prisoners and they were kind of right-wing like politicians, whatever. But I've read elsewhere that they were evacuated to Germany in 1944. Not to go all sins of the father or whatever, but that was Nazi Germany in 1944. And eventually I think his family went to Sweden and then went to Montreal for a while, where his father, Tomu Jurvetson, was kind of broke and had to establish himself, but eventually became an engineer at Bell Labs and then founded his own company. Final weird thing about Steve Jurvetson, his aunt, I'm forgetting her first name right now, went to Los Angeles in 1969, like moved there from Montreal, and then was found brutally murdered off of Mulholland Drive in the fall of after sending a last postcard to her parents on October 31st, 1969. She disappeared for 2 weeks and then was found by a hiker off the side of Mulholland Drive, like stabbed 150 times. And for a while, this is right after the Tate murders, people believed that she was murdered by the Manson family. And it actually went 60 years. They didn't identify who this woman was until finally in 2016 they did DNA testing and they found out her name. She was Jurvetson. She was Steve Jurvetson's dad's little sister, and they never knew what happened to her and everything. And like all I could, there's a newer book coming out that they kind of debunked the Manson thing. It's like maybe, but they actually have never caught who did it. There was a mysterious Montreal guy named Jean who looked like Jim Morrison and enticed her to move to LA, and she was living with him, and then he vanished, and like they never found him. He may be a suspect. A newer book speculates that maybe she was murdered by the Zodiac killer. Like, just a little crazy, like a little bit crazy, but but he's mentioned, he obviously knows about this and like has talked about it. He talks about it a little bit in some, interview of his. I did wonder parenthetically, is that maybe why like Peter Thiel and his whole friend group is like so obsessed with like the Chaos Charles Manson book circa like the late 2010s? Like I could see him being interested in it. Like,
look, I'm not going to speculate too much, but I will say that libertarianism is an ideology that ultimately is anti-government, and you run into a lot of like libertarians at Burning Man in Silicon Valley, and it's hard if you're just sort of focused on drug reform and psychedelics. You may not notice that you're talking to one of them because they're saying all the right things. The government should stop doing this awful drug war and, policing your body and what you do in your free time and all that kind of stuff. And this is how, like, a lot of these right-wing ideologies have been sort of smuggled into otherwise progressive spaces. Is they classically the libertarians are like, I just want my hookers and drugs and guns, get off my lawn. But then you realize that they're willing to fucking, I don't know, call in the SWAT team if you do step on their lawn, and maybe we'll use drugs to get a child army to man that SWAT team. Like, it's a very dark and fucked up ideology when you take it to its logical conclusions, although there are many permutations. It's always the first question you have to ask is, well, exactly what kind of libertarian are you, but anyway, like, so it's like, look, personal tragedy like happens, and serial killers, like violence against women is a sadly like not necessarily a CIA op.
Oh yeah, no, of course. I mean, there's a million different theories about like what could have happened to her. It's just I don't know. It's like the actually the Estonian royalty thing is more pertinent because he said growing up his mother, I think, told him that he was the great grandson of the president of Estonia, which actually wasn't true. It was he's the great great nephew of, you know, the president, but his dad would kind of like mix it up. So he grew up saying that it made me feel really important and special, that I was like an Estonian prince. And, you know, he eventually moved to Dallas. I think he went to St. Mark's boarding school, where, funny enough, Richard Spencer also went, like a very exclusive prep school, and then, you know, off to Stanford, and then worked with Steve Jobs, you know, Tim Draper brought him in, and he, you know, had this like crazy successful career. But yeah, but I think it's safe to maybe assume that his father was very involved in kind of like anti-communist expat sort of milieus in either Canada, the United States, or Dallas. I mean, Dallas is a huge hub of white Russian, like historically, like a lot of white Russian sort of emigres and stuff like that. I know Steve has like financed documentaries about sort of like the Estonian breakaway from the Soviet Union in the late 80s. You know, he's very like on that tip. So it's just another like aspect of, he might have some adjacencies with sort of the military industrial end of Silicon Valley, and certainly a comfort with it where he wouldn't think twice. I think he announced, you know, which I get for being like Estonian, but, you know, he would like never do business with any like Russian connected company because they're all like working for Putin and blah, blah, blah. Like he's very kind of anti-Russian, which again, like comes with the territory a bit. But the kind of his family escaping through Nazi Germany, it's very vague what they did between 1941 and 1944. It's like kind of, like his dad was a child, so his dad wasn't doing anything, but his grandparents, Steve's grandparents, kind of like Peter Thiel's grandparents, who you can't find any information about. Like, you know, I mean, they could be changed and be good liberals or just libertarians, but oftentimes those beliefs did not die with these expats that had to flee to the West at the end of the war. And then, you know, it does feel darkly convenient that it's like these children of the kind of like losing sight of World War II with a lot of axes to grind that then adopt a kind of libertarian, comfy, like Reagan-esque, like libertarian sort of ideology. But then later, like Peter Thiel, you know, like Brian said, like reveals like, oh, I'm a libertarian, but I'm going to like partner with the CIA to like crush you, you know, like he has no compunction about like actually using the government for raw power and controlling everybody. He's not, like, he's about freedom for himself, like, I mean, not for anybody else.
One of my favorite details about Steve Jurvetson from your report is his statement that like it's inevitable and like the natural thing to do or something to have like, you know, in the near future, psychedelic therapy won't even be like overseen by humans. You know, this will still be done, but it will be like AI, like bots.
Yeah,
and you actually,
his view is that like it's like the natural conclusion to psychedelic therapy is AI assisted or AI therapists, well, with a human monitor that doesn't have medical training there just in case they try to run out of the room, and that'll be the lowest cost labor you can imagine. Is like how
which
he
is
puts
such a
it.
Can I read?
Yeah,
can I read your in your report your sort of dramatization of Steve?
Like, dystopian, like little like sci-fi microfiction that you have here.
Right. So
future,
just to preface this, the implications of this convergence of psychedelics, AI, and surveillance become clear when examining the future that PSFC's Steve Jurvetson envisions for psychedelic therapy. Quote, "There's no reason in the world that it needs to be a human in the room holding your hand for 24 to 48 hours, he told Spirit Territory, describing a future where AI would handle psychedelic therapy while humans, quote, the lowest cost labor you can imagine, served as backup for physical emergencies." All right, so now here's your dramatization of it, which I loved. In Steve Jurvetson's future, a clinic's observation room might flicker with feeds from thermal cameras, motion sensors, and biometric monitors tracking patients in isolated pods. An underpaid technician without medical training keeps her eyes fixed on the monitors, while a Palantir surveillance module tracks her gaze to ensure constant vigilance. In Pod 7, a middle-aged man writhes on his mat, pupils dilated, as the AI therapist speaks in a carefully modulated voice, drawing from training data that includes Grok's revised corpus of human psychology. Tears begin streaming down the patient's face while the AI responds with what its Musk-curated training deemed appropriate, a mixture of radical self-reliance philosophy and warnings about adopting a victim mindset. The technician watches the man curl into himself while the surveillance system's green outline confirms he is within acceptable movement parameters. When the patient cries out, "Don't do this to me," the AI continues its approach while the technician stays in her chair. Human intervention is authorized only if the patient tries to breach the pod door. What a future.
And that
what
is like exactly
real
what
happy
Steve
with
Jurvetson
that.
said too. Like, that only for like signs of, what that qualify for them are signs of concern, which are not like saying like no, and not saying like like not screaming in agony or like being miserable or like looking like they're experiencing the worst trauma of their lives over and over again. Like that's all naturally part of this. Only if you try to leave is that like a sign of concern, like by their own statement. It's
Yeah, are you able to? I think your audience might laugh at this. Are you able to share screen on a video by chance, or is that?
I can do it if maybe I can actually if I allow you. Let me see if I can give you access.
I can tell you exactly what to click. It's in in the article, just a couple paragraphs below that. There's a link on the term infiltrating Grok and ChatGPT. And I think it's to a time-stamped video. Like I think it's to a timestamp in the video, and it's just Steve Jurvetson like stroking his chin, talking about like oh, I thought you were I thought it's him talking about potentially infiltrating ChatGPT or Grok to disseminate narratives about psychedelics, and he just has.
Here we go.
I think it's one of the
it.
funniest clips of him that I've seen.
Yeah, let me pull this up here.
And to preface it, the interviewer like asks him a question about like disseminating messaging in the psychedelic space, and he kind of goes off and ponders this thing for a minute and then gets back on track. But I think it's really his little moment here is like really a telling moment of like his thought pattern, I think.
Right on. I'm playing it right now for the people.
But it's a pretty quick clip.
Therapeutic and diagnostic modalities. Yeah, let me see. Let me see if I can share it so you guys can see it.
I'm watching on the live now.
Oh, yeah.
Or somewhere between, 70 and 90% cure rates for most of what the DSM-5, which is the Psychiatric Manual of Diseases, across all of these conditions. Well, what about the ones who are non-responsive?
Yeah, and I think the timestamp I think is like from 17 minutes to like 17:15.
That they can, in a variety of mental health treatments.
Let's see, 17
to promulgate. Actually, I'm pausing for a moment because I thought you were going to ask a slightly different question about AI and psychedelics in general, but I haven't thought about it from a messaging point of view, and that's quite interesting. If we could infiltrate Grok and ChatGPT to promulgate, but I'm just free thinking out loud. The place where I think AI is going to have a big impact in psychedelics.
Do you see him be like, "Oh shit, I got to get back on messaging here. I can't."
It is crazy how like their first instinct is like, what if we could like manipulate people and like lie and trick people into having our view? Like what? Like it's like I mean, it is.
And that dude's an investor in XAI. Like he's an investor behind Grok. So like,
he is.
The infiltration isn't really even be happening. I mean, that is a thing though. Like you do kind of see, I mean, of course we all know that AI can be like kind of used in this way to like launder opinions as like because people's perception of AI is basically as like either like an oracle or like as some kind of like completely impartial, like brilliant robot that knows everything and like can never be wrong about like that's why if you go on social media, well, if you go on X, like where there's sort of an LLM that's increasingly integrated with every aspect of the platform, you'll see like people constantly be like, "At Grok, is this true? At Grok, is this true?" You know, like because people really believe that like this, like LLM, which has no consciousness or no actual ability to assess or like even read, is like like more able to like process information than even they are, and like I mean, you can even see how these habits have been inculcated where people are now like asking Google like questions instead of like, no, you like use search terms to like find information and process it for yourself. You don't ask it questions. It's not a person, but it's a search engine. But anyway, I digress a little bit, but like you do kind of see, I think, in like there is a close similarity, I think, and it makes sense that like, some of these same people are in both kind of spheres because there is this big crossover between AI and psychedelics in terms of like I guess the sort of the ends justify the means like rationality and like the kind of utopianism that's part of it. It's like everything, like it doesn't matter if like, the AI like these data centers like consume all the water or whatever. I mean, like that's just an example. It doesn't matter if all these people like experience like mental health crises because like they, were like psyoped by the chat bot or whatever because like at some point down the line, the cans could kick down the road continually, but like, eventually, like we just need to go all in on this. It doesn't matter like what happens in the interim. It doesn't matter what who gets hurt in the process, because eventually we're all gonna go to Sugar Candy Mountain, and it's the same type of thing, where it's like this, yeah. And I mean, like the combination of the two. I mean, another connection is that you can see like if you look at like some of these people who, I think it sounds like your former friend with the Hamilton bots on Reddit, like might have been like kind of in this area where like you can see like how like it has been like really psychically damaging to like that, like their overuse of it and like their dependence upon it. Like I remember there's this one guy who's like I think an investor like in the AI space or something, and like he like started like believing that he was like being targeted by some kind of like a program or something, like basically like a kind of the Matrix type of thing, these sort of fantasies that AI will eventually like if prompted will like would spit out for a while, and they all kind of had the same basic features of it was basically like the user is like Neo kind of like mutatis mutandis, it's like whatever different scenario it is, but yeah, like and he like would be like addressing it, like he would be posting videos to address it because he had like responsibilities to like his like financial partners and stuff, but he would just be like staring like blankly into the camera being like, it's not this, it's that, like it's not delusion, it's not recursion, it's clarity,
it is
not
clarity.
yeah.
It is an autonomous system that is, like he would speak in this like robotic cadence, and it was all about recursion. I don't even really know what that means, but he was like a non-recursive individual. Somehow he was targeted because he was on the wrong side of either being recursive or not recursive, according to the God AI autonomous system that was active and operational, and that he had discovered the secret of. Like, I don't know. I wonder how that guy's doing. I hope he's doing all right. that was a little troubling, but I think
gone outside.
like the AI and the psychedelic thing in a lot of ways like grew up together throughout the 2010s, along with like the more broad like Silicon Valley hype machine and this sort of utopian belief that technology is going to solve all our problems. And you do see they both have this quasi-religious element, and you guys do a great job in part 4 of breaking down like some evidence of because I'd like just to preface for example, like maybe some critiques I've seen launch. I read a Substack of somebody who was a trial participant, and they were very critical of Psymposia, and not quite on Hamilton's level, but still very much like they didn't like, because they had a very good experience in the psychedelic therapy. Of course, they had done psychedelics before, or they were experienced with MDMA and et cetera, et cetera. But there was one point where they said they were especially offended when Nishay used the term like therapy cult to describe MAPS, and said that's totally ridiculous. That's such a loaded negative term to throw around, and it's totally insane because like if the worst thing about the trials was that there was no aftercare, essentially, like there was no aftercare afterwards, and there was no place to like continue it, and it felt kind of isolating and stuff. And this, this author said, well, that's the exact opposite of what a cult would do. A cult tries to like inculcate you with these beliefs and then suck you in. But this cult like kicked me out on the curb. So like, obviously they're not a cult. And I would quibble just a little bit with that like framing. I feel like that's not exactly what's meant when Nishay invokes therapy cult exactly. I feel like it applies much more, well, first and foremost, to the people running this organization, like at the top, like behave as a kind of therapy cult. Like the goal of the trial was not to cult brainwash the like subjects, like when they were trying to get FDA approval, right? Like, I mean, you could argue that they were using these practices that you absolutely could trace the lineage of a lot of these practices to things that you might call like new age cult adjacent, like Esalen type stuff in Northern California in the 60s and 70s and 80s, right? I mean, the people that founded MAPS were like a all-star team of like new agey type people. The California Institute of Integral Studies, which wasn't Alan Watts one of the founders of that, which like they do a lot of underground psychedelic training today. And like, obviously there's roots of it there, but what I would say is, yeah, like, I think they're kind of missing the forest for the trees when you talk about like the cult dynamics, because there is evidence that these people have a cultish like belief in the power of like transformative psychedelic therapy to bring about some kind of like new elevated world. Like there is a kind of semi-coherent belief system at play and a very evangelical attitude towards like spreading it that you might not necessarily pick up on like in doing one of these like trial therapy sessions. And I certainly don't think that like disproves that there's any culty aspect, because they didn't do aftercare like after this trial. I mean, right. You guys have kind of maybe, I think elsewhere, previous reports have sort of like held that up as like a flaw of these trials, is that they kind of like, I don't know if it's incompetence or not giving, not caring or negligence, but like they kind of just let everybody like, go off after it, and that was not great for some of the participants. But yeah, they're just like, I don't know, like I could see.
And in fact, some of the times they've provided too much like aftercare that wasn't approved and was involved in like that abuse of the phase 2 trial participant. But yeah, the therapy cult right? allegations are, I can't speak to it as eloquently as Nishay, but it's more around the true belief elements that are instilled in like the practitioners and a lot of the participants as well through their practices. But I just pulled up, I believe this is from what Nishay submitted to the FDA, but the way that they write about therapy cults is that therapy cults transform therapeutic and personality theories into totalizing ideologies that promise reductive solutions for diverse causes of psychological distress. Later on, that therapy cults generate enthusiastic loyalty among adherents by cultivating, quote, an elitist mentality in which members see themselves as heroes struggling to bring enlightenment to the hostile forces which surround them, bolstered by claims of privileged insight into society's problems. So it's less that they're creating a literal, like, insular cult, and more along these lines of like producing these cult-like dynamics in which these true believers feel that they're bringing something to the world that will change everything, in that sense. And I'm there's more to it, but that's like, it's not so much like therapy cult is its own thing in general. Right. It's not a no, I don't know.
Like,
That's
I know you mean like est would be a great analog. Like that is, I would call est a therapy cult, like because it's set up on this seminar, or the Landmark Forum today is kind of a therapy cult. I think the Sullivan Group, which is on the East Coast, was another kind of like radical but it was based in like psychotherapy and like, you know, that's how you get better, et cetera, et cetera. And I think you maybe put that distinct from like other types of cult groups that maybe have a more like spiritual or religious thing, like first and foremost, or a kind of belief system about the world, than this kind of like therapy. I don't know. I mean,
I don't know. I feel like they do have like a belief system about the world. Like I feel like there maybe is like a range of ideas like that. You know, there's some variety among them. Maybe it isn't like as like intensely like high control as some cults, but on the other side of that, like you do kind of see like the dynamics of like wanting to punish people who like step slightly out of line. Like that is like a high control element. Like it is. I almost feel like obviously, like, you know, there are cults out there, like something like Nexium, where like, you know, it's maybe like more like readily like apparent this is like a toxic situation, but like in a different form, like a lot of the elements like are present, you know, like the kind of like, the kind of I don't want to call it like eschatological, but like at least teleological kind of like, you know, mission focused like thing where it's like we are going to like save the world basically.
Well, and what do they call what would we qualify as in this metaphor with Scientology? What do they call people that you don't associate with?
SPs,
or like
suppressive persons.
SPs. Like I feel like
exactly.
there's a whole suppressive person element to this space.
Right.
As well.
That dynamic is definitely somewhat at play. And then when you look at like the roots of this go all, like I said, all the way back to the Esalen Institute, which was like, you know, it kind of did a mishmash of like Gestalt therapy and things like that, but then like holotropic breath work, meditation, psychedelics, like they really were going, you know, all over the place and like looking at some really far out stuff, a lot of which wasn't taken seriously, you know, then or today, as, you know, this kind of a CIA Project Stargate type shit with ESP and, you know, remote viewing. Like, I mean, Stan Grof was like moving around in those circles. Like, he came from communist Czechoslovakia and, you know, came over here. And one of the only communist countries, I think, to have sort of legalized like research on LSD, I believe. And they also had the Soviet American kind of friendship association run out of Esalen, which was very like effective in kind of like under the table diplomacy in the 70s and 80s. And they even sponsored Boris Yeltsin's trip to the United States in the late 80s, where he had an almost psychedelic epiphany in a Texas supermarket where he looked at all the boxes of Captain Crunch cereal and like, you know, Cocoa Puffs, and he realized that like socialism was evil and that capitalism was amazing. And like he had to go back and like destroy, you know, like literally that's a story he told. Their hot tub diplomacy, and they would even interface with like Russian state, you know, scientists that were working on kind of Carillion photography and ESP, and they were like exchanging notes. It was a very, you know, so then you see a guy like Jurvetson kind of like take up the banner of the same crowd and bankroll it. I don't know, like it's always been, there's always been a mystical, spooky, like weird side in all of this, and maps like, you know, like the 1985 meeting at Esalen had, not only did it have like all these old heads, but it had like multiple people who would later be, you know, caught for sexual assault and like abusing their status as a therapist, like Richard Jensen, who would blacken the eye of the FDA trials in phase 2, right? And but also Rick Ingrasky and who was it, DeLeo or DeMeo? DeLeo, that's right. Another guy.
Francesca DeLeo. Yeah, like a lot of people, and you know, this is like the kind of, you know, like hairy chest, big amulet, hang out the naked hot tubs. Like there was a lot, you know, like I remember going to, you know, like I went to school with somebody who was like, oh yeah, my parents got divorced because like
my mom's like therapist like hypnotized her, and like this is like in the Bay Area, like in like the 90s. Like, so oh yeah, my mom's like therapist like hypnotized her into falling in love with him, and then she like left, and that was just kind of like an anecdotal things of like obviously
There's so many of these
people were running fast and loose a little bit, like especially in the milieu of the Bay Area in the 70s and the 80s. People were trying out lots of things, and not all of it, like so. I don't know. I forgot where I started with that, but again, like
the cults, therapy cults.
Yeah, to balk at that, like what therapy cult? It's like, well, look where it came from. Like, like this does come out of the New Agey stuff, and they're kind of trying to combine it with this like optimized Silicon Valley techno, like ultimately kind of techno-feudalist kind of thing, but also the religious aspect. I think part 4 is so good because you get a sense that they are trying to they're playing at constructing something new, I think, and they want to use psychedelics to aid people in the evangelization of whatever this new thing is. And I think if you want to like get a clue, you look at what they're doing at Burning Man, the great ritual site. I personally never burned myself, but I'm like, been familiar with it for a long time. I think that's been a thing in the 2010s as well, that these very rich Silicon Valley guys start going to Burning Man and like building their own VIP camps and bringing, and doing psychedelics, like Eric Schmidt, like Elon, you name it.
Kimbal Musk is a board member of Burning Man.
Wow. Okay. And he's, right here at the PFSC, right?
I think you have a couple different flavors like this, a couple different flavors in the United States. You sort of have the maps thing, which is sort of this California human potential movement, New Age amalgam of like psychedelic spirituality, and then the East Coast, sort of with Hopkins at the epicenter, you have a flavor of that, but it's more towards sort of like a William James Christian Reformation kind of revivalist sort of the perennialism is sort of the big thing there. So you have like, but then there's overlap, but that's sort of the way that I've kind of seen it. This sort of like this sort of East Coast, West Coast flavor. And there's always been some kind of tension between the Hopkins guys. There's always tension between Roland and Rick Doblin. But that's kind of how I see it.
There's
New Age and new Christian. We want to spice up Christianity again. We want to make communion felt.
I mean, I remember you mentioned the report, like the funding of these, like this psychedelic and spirituality, like psychedelics and spirituality, like programs, like at Harvard. I remember like seeing like it must have been like in 2023, 2024, like there's just like a whole like bunch of like postdocs like posted, like, and like the pickings are slim like on the academic job market like these days. So like when you see it's like, oh, a bunch of jobs in religion, like why are they all about psychedelics? Like what's going on here? Like they're all, and yeah, it seems like I guess that this group at the time I was like, just like, all right, interesting, but I guess that they were kind of a big part of that PCFS. But I mean, you do talk about this study that was done, or this initiative, I guess. I guess it's like, it's very interesting how it's like, it is, I guess, a study, but it seems almost like, like I would describe it more as like an initiative where like they gave psychedelics to a bunch of like
sort of the passion projects of Bob Jesse and Bill Richards and Roland. The first
with its roots in that Spring Grove, Maryland psychiatric.
Yeah, and then their first
that was in '66.
Somewhere around there.
It was going on for a while. Grof was there. Jensen came out of there. Jensen was doing LSD research in the '90s, actually.
Right.
But the Hopkins, Hopkins, their first thing, I forget what year it is, 05, 04, whenever, which is psilocybin communication, mystical experiences. That kind of served as the kind of tentpole for research again. We did a really interesting piece on that a few years ago. And
was
then
it
this
the occult
newer
origins
study,
of the Johns Hopkins psychedelic program?
The mystical scale.
Yeah.
them scale, Ralph Hood. And then I think the religious leaders study, it's almost been a decade now. But it was just published this year. I see that as sort of a kind of a part two to the psilocybin occasion. We just covered how there was huge problems, huge problems with the whole thing, and there was participants in the trial that the same people who were funding the actual trial and working on the trial were then funding these religious groups. The participants started their own psychedelic religious organizations, and the same researchers and funders of the trials were then funding their initiatives.
Yeah,
So
and
running converted in a way.
Bizarre.
Yeah.
Well,
that was the Swift that you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Was one of the PSFC founder people or members. He was a big funder of these studies. He was also a research participant in the studies, which was one of the things that has to be disclosed alongside the study publications now, is that some of the funders went undisclosed as research assistants, basically, as well. And then he went on to fund the psychedelic religious organizations of numerous trial participants, and then host a conference where he was basically interviewing those trial participants who he helped debrief, and then funded their nonprofits, and then basically helped them do this sort of conference, public speaking about.
It made me irrationally angry to hear about like Rouhani, the like Muslim psychedelic like retreat organizations. Like, no, like just stop. But the like
weeds, man.
I guess the most
they pop up like weeds. It's endless. It's so fucking endless. It's oh my, you can't keep track of it. It's these retreats everywhere. It's people who look, they have like fucking dead eyes who like it's like psychedelics are like the last. It's wild how much of it. Oh my God, you can't keep track of it.
I mean, it does seem like some of the people it's weird how many of the people participated in this like study of like how much more spiritual can psychedelics make you, and then they went out and they're like, I need to create an organization designed to like promote psychedelics to like my religious community. I mean, the biggest example of this is this guy Hunt Priest, which is like the greatest case of like nominative determinism I've ever seen. Like but he so they went to go hunt a priest and they found this guy, but I guess like he ended up, it was actually kind of unclear like what actually he had done, but something like really egregious where he got like basically like, not only like divested, but like totally like, like the most severe disciplinary action in the Episcopal Church. Deposit, exactly. Like, and like but I don't like, it's not like quite clear why, but like so someone who reported, maybe you guys have more insight, but the person who reported on it's like basically attributed it to like in his words like a non-scientific spiritual mission with drugs that make one open to suggestion and undue influence, stemming from an unethical psychedelic study. Like it's not clear like what
and essentially conduct involving dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation within the church. And it's unclear to me exactly what he did, but I could see
it seems
the idea of like maybe he was giving people psychedelics and not telling the church
like
about it.
Trying to like force psychedelics on his congregation. That's like what it almost, I mean, I'm not saying that's true. This is all
it's
like,
what it sounds like.
No, that may not be true. It may not, like he, I guess for his part, like claims this is obviously not true because like it's there's like a paper trail like backing up that he was deposed, but he claims like, no, I decided to leave, like
that's what he claimed to his newsletter.
But I mean that is yeah, and there was another yeah, he was the one who like founded like Ligare, right? Or Ligare?
Ligare, I think.
Yeah.
And then there's Shefa, which is the Jewish retreat one, and then the Rouhani one.
I mean, like, it's sorry, it's sus. It's sus how like they all like emerge from this like one group of people, and they're all like, we're gonna found like basically like a trinity of organizations, no pun intended, like that are gonna promote these things to like different religious groups, like
infiltrate all the.
And it's like there's been 5 of the participants.
I mean, honestly,
5 of the participants from the study have gone on to basically make psychedelics their main gig.
Seems like this might have been the whole point of it.
Well,
exactly. Yeah, I mean, like,
sorry, go ahead.
You guys you guys make a point in this report, and also you made it in the past that like there's no evidence that like these drugs like are better like at treating like depression or PTSD or anything than like SSRIs. There's no actual proof of that. Like, that they may like be useful in this domain, but like so far, like this whole like certainly like it does sort of cast a little bit of doubt on like this kind of these big promises that are made, these kind of like utopian vision. But I feel like, again, like the sort of the study of like, mystical experiences, like probably even is much more difficult than like the study of like, human emotional states and human psychology.
Yeah.
I mean, they obviously, but like, I definitely feel that like, I don't know. To me, I think that like the idea that the drugs like are more conducive to like a mystical experience than any number of things. I think that like it's this weird thing that happens and you talk about it, like, the connection with like the mysteries of Eleusis and all these things, and I'm not denying that like psychotropic substances or psychedelic drugs may have been involved in like some of these ceremonies historically, but I also think that like historically, like in the vast majority of cases, when people and like mystics, like are very famously, even though it's kind of ironic, like because it's sometimes like the ineffable and the experience of things that can't be spoken. I mean, they are pretty famously verbose, and most of the people like writing about this stuff, like, are not on drugs. Like they are not like experiencing these things through drugs. Like they're often like experiencing it through like just physical, like totally sober, like physical practices. So I just feel like I don't understand why. I mean, I do understand why, but it's like it's this weird kind of like, again.
I think it's a really interesting. I'm all for the research. It's when the research starts to become activated for funders' agendas and causes. I think there should be a hell of a lot more consciousness research into psychedelics. I'm all for the research. That's why I got in this space. I think it's really fascinating. The problem is like I think much of it has an agenda that's behind it. It's not just for the pure research.
Yeah.
No, exactly. And that's basically like my point is that like, if we're really like interested in consciousness, these experiences, like as you kind of say in the report, like the scientific method that like research is supposed to use is like when you adopt an hypothesis and then you like to some extent like try to prove that how this is wrong or like, but like this is the opposite where you have like a foregone conclusion. It's not about like assessing these things like against a control or anything like that. And it also like it harms, like I think that it actually is like, again, like I agree with you that like in principle, like the study of psychedelics could like, which have been a part of like human spirituality for like, all of known history in some way, or like, drugs in general, psychoactive substances.
Yeah.
Like that's an important part of like the phenomenon of human spirituality and religion that like we should owe it to ourselves to understand. But like but there's this kind of thing where it's like this is like the drug, and also by the way like this is like your gateway to God. This is like your your communion wine here is this substance, and by the way like we own it. Like it's right. Like it's sus. I'm sorry.
The whole movement around with the Johns Hopkins stuff and being like that perennialist movement, I think too is like I think psychedelics, mystical experiences, psychedelics and consciousness is interesting to study, but I also think it's like it's easy. Like it's an easy explanation to be like, oh yeah, the center of all these religions is just this one mystical experience idea, and it's like
Stoned ape theory.
that discounts so much religious history, like that led to the shaping of the religions and how they're actually quite varied from religion to religion. That like I just think it's like an interesting, like easy way out. A lot of times,
I mean, they're not even just varied from religion to religion. I grew up as a Catholic. I can tell you that they're extremely different within Christianity.
I mean, Rumi, who a lot of these people probably have his poems, or at least some translation of them, probably by Colomark tattooed in their body. He,
Junior's wife.
He said that smoking weed should get the death penalty. Jesus, so it's like, yeah, well, that's what he said in like the closest like source that we have of his life, which we did an episode on Menachem Arafin. But I'm just saying that to say that he definitely had mystical experiences, and it's like. To say like, oh, well, this is all like people on psychedelics, like it's just simply not true. But I'm not saying that you can't like that. There isn't like a spirituality to these things, or that is worth studying, and that like these aren't part of like religious traditions, like for in like South America, obviously. But like again, like you even see like this sort of complex around these drugs, like kind of distorting those traditions themselves in some way, and like turning them into something that you can like commercialize and like market and like exploit. And I just so in terms of like the sort of like I think that the study of like these things is definitely valuable. But again, like as I said, it's almost not a study; it's an initiative.
Yes,
it's like a plot.
A lot of the research that's happened in this space is generally these small pilot studies, like n equals 12 studies, and they'll come up with this little report on it, and then that study will be used for some purpose,
amplified in the media.
Purpose. It'll be amplified in the media. Look at this study. Look what this did. Oh, smoking cessation. There's all kinds. Pain management.
N equals 21 or 11 or something.
Small cohorts.
Look, here's the thing. I mean, like on the one hand, like there are real research constraints in the sense that like these are expensive. It's difficult. Regulatory, the hurdles involved with prohibition are real. But like with what,
perhaps we can get rid of prohibition.
I agree, and like in my opinion, that would be an improvement across the board.
Stunning lack of people in the psychedelic space who even discuss the Controlled Substances Act.
But
it's almost like just an afterthought.
Like what Khalid was saying earlier is that I mean, I think even in the psychedelic space, like people like I don't know. Like David Yaden and some of their co-authors published something on consciousness, like can psychedelics exhaust the psychedelic or the consciousness question? And they essentially conclude no. And yet, like if we're, I don't know, trying to eat an elephant, if you leave an entire part of the body, on the table, like psychedelics have things to tell us about our perception, about our biology, if we put some effort towards doing rigorous investigation of it. This is again why prohibition is bad. Don't outlaw basic inquiry into things that people are clearly interested in, and have been throughout time. But is it all the way? Is it a long smear, or is it more like there are punctuated places where they've been interesting to certain groups of people at certain times, like they've been impactful? Are they explanatory for, I don't know, the great leap forward in human consciousness from proto-human hominids to the expansion in our brain cases? Like probably not. But could there be something to I don't know, small bands of hunters following antelope and like having some social cohesion, having some shared lexicon or ritual use for these substances at certain points in time, some small percentage of our evolution. Like yet perhaps, like big if true is what I say to these things.
Yeah.
Right. They're fantastic questions. They're not the only questions. And
I think the medical movement has really it's narrowed the scope so much where,
but it provided a permission structure. And I think that we earlier said that MAPS, did a good job of destigmatizing psychedelics. I'm happy to give them that. And, the reality is, and we've said this many times in our own commentary on this topic, like, look, like in the big policy debate about like whether medicalization or decriminalization is going to like win or make gains, the fact is nothing has been medicalized, and several places, including Washington D.C., have a decriminalized environment for mushrooms, or even such fancy things like ibogaine,
right, the new rage. But Oakland, Denver,
right. And I mean, a lot of that, like, there's a lot of baggage in terms of like, is it decriminalizing nature? Are we doing a naturalistic fallacy? Yeah, probably. And yet, like, did a foothold, policy wise, did people apprehend it because they went for it, because they organized at a city level, at a county level? Was some of this juiced, or alternatively, as some reports in response to our psychedelic syndicate have said, like, was some of this stymied by some of these vested interests? Like, yeah, but that's the struggle, and I guess the thing to clarify is the struggle should be, like, in my opinion, these are plant psychoactives. Heroin and cocaine are the slush funds of many secret police forces around the world. Like, this is the worst kept secret in politics, that this is money off the books. So there's like a lot of reason to not, from a power perspective, not create a legal market for it, and that's why we should try and resist that, and don't create permission structures for people to be put in jail forever for what, I don't know, trying to alleviate pain, to try to do better in their lives.
Right. Yeah.
Like, that's why people take drugs.
And it's, it's a fact of our culture. And you guys have always been very consistent about your stance on like decriminalization, and like that does remain like a pathway, like an alternative pathway to pursue that isn't so directly wrapped up in like capitalist profit seeking, and is less amenable to total elite capture and control, which I feel like that's what this paradigm personifies. And like that's kind of ultimately what it's all about. Like, they want to have total control over this and shape its development. Like, another argument that I heard from like somebody who was like critical of like the Psymposia stances. Well, I think that like everyone agrees Peter Thiel is evil, but if there's a therapy out there that can do better than any other therapy and help change the world, and Peter Thiel gets a little bit more wealthy from it, then it's still a net good. And I respectfully, I would like to push back against that. Like in terms of trying to do a class analysis of this whole thing, I think that's like, again, missing the forest for the trees. About like, that's not what like puts a chill down my spine, is that Peter Thiel is going to make a little more money. That's not what the debate is about. It's about control, right? Like, I think sometimes it's like, we say things like, oh, we hate these capitalists, but then we think about these Silicon Valley guys as like, they're just motivated to get more money. And I think at this point, people like that are in the billion category, like, sure, they might have like a narcissistic like, they don't need any more money, and it's got to be like diminishing returns for them at some point. Clearly, a lot of them have been doing a lot of psychedelics and stewing in their own egos and
huffing their own farts,
and convince themselves they're masters of the universe, and which is something you can definitely do on like ayahuasca or ketamine or any of these. Like, it goes both ways. Like, you could heal your trauma.
Talking to a friend who said that microdosing mushrooms allowed him to see the Magic the Gathering cards in his opponent's hands.
Yeah.
Sometimes
we're talking use case applications, baby.
Right.
So, they turn you into a god, the king of games. But
right. Different strokes for different folks. But these people they're playing for like the whole game, and they want to build. I mean, talking about the long, strange story of American old line Protestantism.
Game, though? What's the whole game? I think they're playing a game with them, like a hide and seek with themselves. You know,
I think they've got their own little projects that they want to see happen. Like, they've got, it's just the things they think are important. They want.
Well, I think there's a lot of like, I think there's a lot. Yeah, I think you're right. I think hide and seek with themselves is actually a good way to put it, because like I think that they don't like actually see that. It's interesting to bring it back around to like the religious point, because I feel like a lot of cases they don't know themselves, and I think that in a lot of cases or they don't understand like what they actually want or what they're doing. Not to psychoanalyze or whatever, not to do the Gabor Mate diagnosing people on a live stream, but like the I think like for instance, like one of my favorite quotes is from like the part one that you have is about I forget who said it, but it was about I guess it was just an anonymous PSFC listserv member said about Roland Griffiths. Roland is the modern day Dalai Lama, which I liked because like there is a modern day Dalai Lama.
That was like an internal thing we kept laughing about.
Like what?
And he hung out with the Keith Raniere from NXIVM.
I mean,
this is the modern day Roland Griffiths. Yeah. It's amazing. It's he's like two guys. It's the same guy.
Why would you say that about
Have you ever seen him in the same room at once? But I mean, say what you will about the Dalai Lama or like this type of thing. There's definitely critiques we can make of him, but like
there is one.
What is his perspective psychedelic drugs? Like it's not positive, but like I mean, to me, I think that's the thing. Like they see themselves like and this maybe goes back to Steve Jurvetson. Like he like he's called like religion like a mind virus. He said that like few adults would choose their religion. It's like, well, watch out, here I come. But like the but I think like that's the thing. Like he's like, we need to use like a science embracing meme. We need to get this to be people embrace science. Like they don't realize that, and that to me is like a great like kind of self-ignorance, doesn't realize that like what they are doing, like what they're doing more than anything else, certainly more than like any kind of like objective like dispassionate like scientific inquiry, is religion. I think that's like my sense of it. That like, and that's the thing, like that's why like there's so many contradictions and so many like irrational aspects to it, because like in many cases like there are rational aspects of life. You can't get away from the irrational, like, but that is like often the domain of religion, and I think it's fine if like you
they want their personal insights and ideologies to spread. They want other people to.
They want to build like their own like optimized American techno religion almost. That is like you can see it in the AI sector, which is a lot of overlaps, and then you can see it in this kind of like promoting this like crypto mystical paradigm. I mean, if you look at like Steve Jurvetson's the Chalice of Ulysses, installation at Burning Man, which
that's a great example.
House of Babel did.
You talk about this in part 4, I think, right? Part 4 too?
I mean, this is very interesting that he was very heavily inspired by the Brian Muraresku book, The Immortality Key, which I think the big take in that is that
I know that he wasn't inspired by that personally.
Really?
He was not.
Oh, he says he is.
He was not. He was not.
Yeah,
I
but
can confirm that.
That's the official story.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah, he had the House of Babel art collective. Sounds like Meow Wolf. Put up they did a drone show.
Fable or Fable.
Oh yeah. And they did this drone show that had the inscription, "If you die before you die, you won't die when you die." I feel like I've heard that around psychedelic spaces before, as like a whoa thing to say. Yeah, it's a Greek inscription.
When you're 20 years old and you encounter McKenna or something, you're like, whoa, far out. And then you get a little, and you're like,
Yeah, not beating the perpetual child allegations exactly, and not knowing themselves. You know, he tweeted about like this. I guess he invited the author to go, and he said that, you know, about the author, it was his first burn. This is Jurvetson talking. The full moon rose at perfect timing. The curious crowds flocked to explore and try to decipher the messages and generative AI portraits where the psychedelic ergot elixir would have rested at the bottom of the chalice bowl, while hearing echoes of their voices reflected weirdly within. Then biblical flooding occurred, and hitching a ride out of Burning Man with Chris Rock and Diplo. Totally normal for a Greek history scholar. Like and then, you know, Christiana Musk, Elon's sister-in-law, I guess you wrote this little part about you know, her involvement in this display. She said that Burning Man is the closest thing that I think we have today to a modern Ulysses. People come for a process of collective transformation, or Ulysses, sorry.
Yeah.
The Eleusinian mysteries. People come for a process of collective transformation, and they emerge change. Christiana Musk is credited with producing the narrative that accompanied the drone show. Quote, I guess she wrote this. If you die before you die, you won't die when you die. Enter this temple, where each breath is adoration of the infinite for the incarnate form. These practices are a nectar I share with you. Drink from this chalice whenever you crave to be refreshed in the essence of life. Know this is available to you, for the universe is made out of it. Go to the intersection of flesh and spirit. Breathe the tiny sparks that fly. Within this very body are many gateways to the infinite. Secrets are hidden in the darkness. Right here, wound becomes portal. Oh, you have arrived, native of eternity, at home in infinity, breathing immortality. This is reality, and it is always here. Everyone craves the source, and it is always everywhere. If you die before you die, you won't die when you die. Like
oh, yeah.
And I mean that phrase, like, obviously this is a phrase that like exists in a lot of religious traditions, and like I think that the context that like that is most directly attributed to like by them, you know, they got it from like this, you know, this book obviously is the epigraph, but it I think it comes from like the like a quote like hanging in a monastery, right? Like a 10th century monastery, right?
In Greece.
Yeah, which is like, did they mean take psychedelics and then you can upload your brain to a nanite cloud and become an AI
literally
god?
10
like, probably
centuries.
Not. They probably meant like, you know, that if you like mortify your flesh and if you, you know, like spend all day meditating in a cloister, then you can go to heaven.
Yeah,
like,
something
it's like
so
not,
cheap about like the commodification of it. There's something like so flimsy and corny, and
I mean the actual art installation itself. That's
how
the least
cool the experience can be. You know, like this performative rich person going to Burning Man, like, and wanting to give this experience out. There's just something about it that's like so icky.
I mean, I encourage everyone listening to go like read this report like in full, obviously, but like in particular, like to look at the picture like of this art installation in part 4, because you see like, you know, it's like AI generated art of like Cartman like
so
taking
bad.
psychedelics and like Harry Potter
with like
and like
a very close
likeness
of Elon.
Elon's
taking a sip.
there.
So out of touch.
Like,
who else is there?
Let me see if I can pull this up.
About this okay, in 2023 the Jurvetsons have funded, you know, Mirror Rescue to do this, I don't know, what is it, we want to call it a psychedelic vanity project. We would call it like I guess what they called it, an homage to the immortality key, right? Well, the thing is that like what they're doing otherwise, what they're doing with their money, with the largesse that they have to offer in the psychedelic space, is funding studies. They're funding clinical trials. And there's this quote that I keep coming back to because Aleister Crowley was a rather influential character, you know, in the long history of psychedelicism.
Now we're talking.
He says, we place no merit or object in I have the exact quote in front of me, like in ritual or pigeon, in virgin or pigeon, our method is science, our aim is religion. And that's in a lot of ways one of the main aims here. And if we're talking about, like, I don't know, at least what a guy like Jurvetson's doing, like what a guy like something that I talked about in a previous paper with Nishay, like Jordan Peterson, talk about a fading star. Jordan Peterson was on Rolling right, yeah, was on Roland Griffiths podcast, and I think Roland Griffiths allowed himself to be used as a bit of a foil by good old Peterson, in that he says a bunch of things, but at one point he says, like, what if we used psilocybin in these cathedrals that societies spent so much effort, many generations building, with all the incense and the organs, church attendance is flagging. What if you can induce a mystical experience with psilocybin in a reliable, testable way, what if we put it towards this, like, world building project of revivifying the church?
We're bringing back high church Anglicanism is coming back roaring, basically.
Right.
This is the next shapeshift of the, like, old line Protestant American elite, in a way, of ever since their devil's bargain with capitalism hundreds of years ago, and like worldly possessions equal holiness. That logic has, it's gone a long way, but I feel like it's not a total coincidence on a few levels that so many people that are funding this are heirs of great American fortunes. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly interesting.
And obviously are deeply personally invested in it themselves and have done it a lot and are, like, personally adherents to this type of paradigm of, like, whether it's doing ayahuasca or MDMA therapy or psilocybin. Like, I mean, like we said, you have UPS Fortune, you have the Pritzker, you have, you can really, I think Richard Rockefeller was a huge supporter of MAPS before he died in a plane crash in, like, 2013. And yeah, like,
Rick said they exchanged, like, thousands of emails between the two of them or something.
No, it came out after he died that this guy was hugely interested in that type of stuff. And as we've covered on so many other domains in the show, the like, people of that, like, high bourgeois, like the old American elite, like old money kind of background, who do have, like, on average, like, a disproportionate amount of juice in society, whether it's just money or often social connections and, like, access to high places.
Usually both,
right? And a lot of times you have these third, fourth, fifth generation heirs that they're not running the family business of their namesake. Like, that's long gone. They have, some private equity, some, wealth manager guy, like, manages their money in the stock market, and they get to do whatever they want. And so you could see how that often leads to a aimless life of, it's like...
Sounds depressing.
And you feel guilty, especially if you go to an elite college.
Are kind of a magnet for the aimless.
Well, we even have we've got a direct quote in the piece at the start of chapter 3 from one of PSFC's co-founders, Graham Boyd, talking to Inside Philanthropy, and he actually, in a quote, says, "I think that this new generation of philanthropists in many cases are looking to do something different than their forebears did. This is a new field, psychedelics, where they get to be the leaders."
That's key. Where they
selling meaning to the funders.
Right. They want meaning. They want a meaningful life. Like, money doesn't really matter to them, actually. Like, that's another thing I think people mistake about, like, I don't know, old money heirs versus,
they just want to accumulate more money. Yeah, like, they already have. Like, no, they like, there's something else. There's something
they want
else.
to transmute that into,
at this point.
like, social cachet, political power, cultural
Yeah.
influence. And so I think, just as maybe you see a lot of people like
they
that.
have enough money, but not quite enough power. Like, they're
Right.
like,
Well, there's a resentment because
Yeah.
they feel like they've won the game, but there's not
Born
an
on
adequate
third.
amount of adoration.
Yeah.
Or
And I know for my own life, like a lot of people getting involved in drug problems is like pretty fucking common in that kind of background where, you kind of have like the world, as your oyster and like not a lot of limits and blah, 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 a lot of psychological shit. And then you end up in an existential crisis, like a void, and you want to identify differently but you don't want to like lose your status. And then I think that's where like the friendly ayahuasca shaman or the person at Esalen comes in, and they relieve that I forget one of you called it that billionaire's burden, right? They
white man's burden, but
or
billionaire's burden
oftentimes
indeed.
that too. And white man's burden could work on like any professional like middle class like white person too. Like you could that they could feel in any way kind of like an unease about living at the heart of the empire.
And watching the world burn and knowing that the fortune, literally the yacht that they sit on, floats on this ocean of suffering that they bear witness to, and they could either do something that destabilizes the yacht but maybe makes the ocean rise a little slower, or they could put on some rose tinted glasses that makes the view a little better
and tell themselves they're saving the world, which like hasn't that been sort of the
It's really a combination of
saving the world. Like I have spent a lot of time like pushing up against the whole like psychedelics are going to save the world meme, and we talked about it earlier. Like the problem with utopianism as a deeply held belief, like I know the plan to get there, is that, well, anything that stands in your way, certainly it's justifiable to do anything to remove that barrier if the prize is, what was it? It was in Serenity, better worlds, all of them, like as they like, completely gas and pharmaceutically alter an entire planet, with some kind of like psychotropic, like
put you in your VR pod to control the Neo robot 2,000 miles away in some rich megacity that's walled off.
If the prize is utopia forever, is net zero trauma, is a spiritualized humanity, and I literally argued this in my written comment to the FDA. What wouldn't you do to achieve such a goal? Is a little bit of cribbing on the data, some fibbing to the straights at the FDA too much for such revolutionaries? Certainly not.
You got to do whatever you got to do, right, to save. It hurts to watch how, because I'm sure a lot of that comes from the latent countercultural ethos and vibe of the kind of people, maybe some of the old heads that have been in this for decades.
It's fucking Harvard. Like Rick Doblin went to the Harvard Kennedy School of Government and interviewed for the CIA. Like,
but they didn't hire him. They didn't hire him.
Right.
I
love that
he turned them down. He turned them down.
Well, also, what do you guys think? Because I think we covered this in the psychedelic series, but there's that famous videotape of the reunion in 1979 at Oscar Janiger's house with like Tim Leary and a bunch of these like John C. Lilly might be there. Like they're all kind of talking about the 60s.
What's his name? Captain Trips is there.
Trips is there.
Hubbard.
I mean, what do you like? Has this always been a little bit of a trap that like psychedelics were federally banned in 1966 and pushed like exclusively into the underground, and then persisted in very discrete small communities? Like it's almost like everybody's access to it ended up being handled by this like very relatively small milieu of like Alexander Shulgin and like the kind of like Esalen adjacent people in the Bay Area for like a couple decades, and then only gradually kind of started. But then they were close to Silicon Valley, so always had an outsized influence. Like the psychedelic kind of underground was always, there were overlaps between some of that research and like SRI and military contracts and even things about social engineering and the early internet itself, ARPANET, coming out of the, like, I don't know, like was it almost in the ruling class's interest? Was it in the ruling class's interest to sort of be like only Maps gets to be the alternative counterculture heroes? And like anything else, like everyone's going to be afraid of going to jail and stuff like that. And they were allowed to believe that they were like fighting against the man and became so comfortable in that belief. But then like at a certain point had to combine forces with these Silicon Valley people who just kind of co-opted and then use like their clout, like their reputation as a mask to push an altogether like spookier agenda of like legalizing it in this very, specific way.
So I think Rick was just a really tenacious guy who never let up on it. And
yeah, I think that's a perfectly reasonable explanation for Rick's behavior. But I want to speak to the sort of, critical paranoid perspective that I think he's bringing to this conversation, which I think is valuable. Like, and that is that, like, okay, like, look, the question is like, is Rick Doblin an op? It's almost moot at the point where millions of dollars, from many billionaires and several meetings with the VA and the Pentagon are in play. Like, shit's fucking moving. There's a lot happening here, right? But like, I think maybe the broader question that I think you were getting at, like, is the project, is the psychedelic 60s, is the new age, is it an op, or is it like is there something going on here that like is in service to capital, more or less? And like I keep banging on this because it's useful. I like books with explanatory power. I like books that like help me understand a thing, and once you learn it, you can't unlearn it, which is it's a conceit that we wrote into our report. Our report is a report that once you read it, you can't unread it. The rest of the psychedelic world looks different. But Esalen, I always mispronounce this. Been on their podcast, but like the Esalen Institute was, it's acknowledged as being as being sort of like ground zero for the what is it, the
psychedelic 60s kind of,
yes, but no, the word I was the syncretism that characterizes the new age, the remixing of Eastern philosophy with like Alan Watts, was in residence there, and much years before Stan Grof ever takes up residence there, right?
Former Anglican priest, right?
Right. So the thing is that like you have the Esalen Institute popping up on the West Coast, and like, a lot of the same sorts, the intellectual ancestors of the Cody Swifts, the aimless multi-millionaires and billionaires of their era, being like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we did some work on ESP? Or I really feel like those people doing the seances got a bad rap. What if we did some good stuff with that? That's Esalen. Esalen's gets its start there. And the thing is that this is happening right as like Red China is a thing. Right. And so all this Eastern mysticism of individual deliverance and transformation gets a big old shot in the ass right around the time that China is lifting literally billions of people out of poverty in the fastest way possible.
Yes.
Now, is that an op? Well, I mean, there's a book called the Occult Elite by Michael Barker, Anti-Communist Paranoia and Other Ruling Class Delusions, that I can't recommend all of it. I found it useful though for its commentary on Esalen and what role it plays in all of this.
Yeah. Well, yeah, considering their Soviet American outreach a little bit later, and definitely the
the 90s. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, the hot tub. Hot tub. Oh yeah, I guess maybe you were gone when we were kind of ripping on it earlier. The hot they sponsored Yeltsin's trip to the U.S. where he had the supermarket epiphany, and they had a secondary hot tub house in Georgetown in Washington D.C. where I forget the figure. It's in that Skripal book, I think, about Esalen that has a lot of good information in it. But that was a secondary DC based hot tub diplomacy, kind of like Esalen light. And I think that there was a lot of stuff. I think MIT was very closely studying Maoist tactics in the early 50s as basically a social technology of ways of motivating people. And they wanted to understand how Maoist China was the marshaling people to support it. And there's obviously the rising fear and then the wars in Indochina, which made them want to you could understand in the Eastern mind in this kind of imperialist way. And what better way to kind of bring in some of these Eastern philosophies and strip them for parts in a way. I think certain people on Twitter, I think, have hypothesized that maybe a lot of the management techniques and formations of early Silicon Valley might have been influenced by the culture dynamics of Silicon Valley startups. Some of it might have been sort of cribbed from Maoism, things
I think Steve Bannon's famously applied Leninism. He's open about it.
Right. These people will strip something for parts. They'll take the class conflict out of it, but they'll keep struggle sessions. And then that'll be, I worked in Apple retail. I always bring this up, but years ago in 2010. And, they would train you to do this thing called fearless feedback, where you had to, there was kind of a script you had to follow, but anybody of any rank could give fearless feedback to an employee, but you had to couch it in very positive, affirmative terms, and it couldn't be negative. And it was a very specific way to do it. And then when I read it kind of about Maoism and self-crit and stuff a little bit later, I was like, oh, interesting. And, meanwhile, there's a 50-foot portrait of Steve Jobs, on the wall of the headquarters. And I mean, Peter Thiel said years ago, you should run your startup like a cult. Sam Altman said the most successful founders found religions, beyond companies or countries. It's all about religions. And I don't know,
MBA is a Marxist.
They have some kind of professional jealousy, definitely. I mean, it is interesting. I mean, I think the quote that you cited from Crowley, Brian, is very interesting because when he says we have no reliance on virgin or pigeon, I take it to mean he's talking about the Jesus and the birds and also obviously the virgin birth. He's talking about the miracles, the sort of these sort of important foundational creedal aspects of Christian belief. Obviously it's a little kind of a piece of it's just a couplet, like a doggerel type of couplet, but still there's an interesting idea there. And this obviously Crowley himself also was someone who obviously eventually he created Thelema and all these things, but originally he was really his big interest was in kind of Eastern religions, right? In yoga and things like that. And those were eventually kind of incorporated into Thelema in certain respects, right? And so the syncretism, you also kind of see it in his work and also other people from the late 19th and early 20th century as well. But I find that to be, I do think that does, I think it shows that well, because it does kind of illuminate like this kind of approach where I think that is a common thing. I mean, it's not really true of any like quote unquote like Eastern religions or whatever. Obviously this category of religion we talked about before is like a little bit like fraught and like it's hard to apply outside the context from which it emerged. But like like religions are very, very diverse. Like it's very difficult to make absolute statements about like the character or the essence of any religious tradition. But it was definitely certainly, as Dimitri kind of was alluding to, it was definitely a meme or an idea or like an interest of people in like the United States and in Europe, that like Buddhism, for instance, was like a rational religion that didn't have like any of this miraculous stuff, and you could just like approach, like, which of course is not really true, but like they saw it
depends
that way.
on what time in Buddhism you're looking at, but yeah,
or what like type of Buddhism. I mean, there's many like Buddhists, like Pure Land Buddhists, like
there's rationalist
there's a lot of like
Judaism.
Exactly. Any religion, like it's very hard to pin down like what the essence of a religion is, or like what a religion is essentially like. Like that's, but I digress a little bit. I think when in talking about like the culture around maps or like these these new like sort of training paradigms, it is interesting to me, like again there is kind of this something that we've talked about a lot on the show, is like this kind of like what I've like often referred to like kind of the false binary of the natural and the supernatural, because if the supernatural exists, then it is like inherently part of nature, like you've encountered it as part, but one of the things, I feel free to punt on this, I know this goes like a little bit outside the scope of your report, but it was something that Nashe brought up in their sort of maps as an MDMA therapy cult Substack article. And it was very, very interesting to me, which was this idea of unattached burdens, which apparently is like a concept
IFS, internal family systems.
It's something that's like very interesting to me, and I was wondering like if this is something that like you've encountered that you have any thoughts on, because I feel like it's basically like it seems like when they're talking about like unattached burdens, they are like kind of like sovereign spiritual beings that like jinn basically like
possession by something.
They'd call them demons, but and I mean unless anybody else want to pick up on this,
I think you might be best equipped here.
all right. So I mean, like, I've been following the IFS stuff, and it's gotten weirder, So I mean, like, it's important to sort of note that Stanislav Grof and his like whole lineage and internal family systems, IFS, that is often referred to in shorthand as like parts work, like. You have the part of you that learned that you have to stand up for yourself when you were 5 and you punched that guy in the nose for taking your peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Like, and that's the protector in your psyche, And then you have the part that is wounded because somebody said that you had a runny nose and said that you couldn't be their friend because of it, and that's your like core wound, or maybe like Grof would call it your condensed experience coex, like hyperfractal wound or something. Here's the deal, like they've taken these two systems and melded them together, but IFS as its own non-psychedelic like therapeutic tradition, it's kind of, it's actually useful to think about in the sort of cult analysis, in the sense that like you do not get introduced to the concept of unattached burdens in IFS unless and until you take the third, gold tier training.
OT
it's
level.
Like special, like
we're talking like what is this? What do they call it in Scientology?
OT.
This is like Yeah, this is like the Sea Org, like the deep wisdom of the volcanoes.
The terminology is similar to Thetans. Like it does kind of remind me a little bit of Thetans.
That's what I'm going for. The Xenu, that kind of shit. And so you have to get to the third level, and I've heard people respond to this as saying, well, like parts work is useful, and most people don't even go to the third level, so why are we going on about this? But like, I don't know, I think it's kind of important that if you get to the third level of training, that suddenly we're doing demon possession again. And parts work, when it comes,
didn't that recently come up too? Didn't that recently come up from the founder? Didn't he say something about it being based on demon possession or something?
Yeah, so and I get this is where I'm gonna get murky because I don't have it right in front of me right now, and so I'm gonna hedge a little bit. But like, there are the founders and the popularizers of many movements, and I'm not gonna say who or what, but like basically somewhere in the sort of leadership level of IFS, you have people going out there being like, oh, it was actually it's an unattached burdens all the way down. All of your parts are unattached burdens. That's where we're at now. And it's like, maybe this is some death of the artist kind of thing, but this is where IFS is. And
and this is a huge influence on the MAPS Lycos therapy.
Psychedelics are suggestibility enhancing drugs.
Yeah,
like you're already going to try and fragment somebody's personality in some weird way based on what?
You have alters based on your various traumatic
incidents.
It
does kind of sound like Thetans, because in Scientology the idea is that like a bunch of aliens got blown up by like a bomb that was dropped into a volcano, and their souls went and detached themselves to like primitive humans. And that's like, and those Thetans, like all those different Thetans are still clinging to us. And stuff like, so it does seem like like this whole idea of like, oh, these are like little remoras, like spiritual remoras, like it is a similar
spiritual
kind of
lampreys.
You're correct that it's like a very influential part of the MAPS therapy model as well. It's in a similar way to that kind of Grofian framework. IFS is another one of the big frameworks that's central to a lot of the main people who like wrote the protocol, and were
Michael
Mithoefer is an IFS certified practitioner. He has gone. I just listening the other day for some reason to a whole podcast with the IFS network that he did, where he was talking about its influence on the MDMA trials, and that it wasn't specifically written into the trials, but he started noticing that people would start describing their experiences in terms of parts. And so he was like, well, this could be a really interesting application for IFS framework. And that's sort of how it got brought in, was like, he says that he started noticing people describing naturally the description of parts work from IFS. So he basically decided that IFS would be a workable framework in the MDMA trials. And it's like, I don't know. I've heard people talk about IFS stuff, and you can get on a surface level, you can get valuable stuff from an IFS framework. Just the idea that like you might have two parts of yourself that are working against each other or something like that. It's like whatever. Like you might have a part of you that gets angry and a part of you that can analyze that anger, right? But then, like, the further down you go in the IFS system, the more it becomes more and more scientific and kind of like, that we were just talking about.
And so the frameworks, though, I just want to say this real quick. One of the things that like we have consistently done at Psymposia, people say, "Oh, Psymposia, what a bunch of woke scolds doing personal attacks and destroying everybody's relationship, like reputations all the time." But actually, like consistently, consciously, what we have done is we have looked at like lineages and training protocols and people who are about to codify and institutionalize a thing. And that's where we put our effort. Like, you know, I mean, Martin Ball, for instance, the DMT of 5-MeO DMT practitioner who was gleefully, gruesomely recounting vomiting on his clients. Like, okay, that's awful. And if one wants to find awful things in the psychedelic world, it's not hard. But the point was with Ball is that he was editing and referencing his own work where he endorses the same sort of shit. Like in this like guy, like what is it, manual for underground guides or something?
No, it was Maps Canada's CEO
manual
executive
for psychedelic
director's
guides.
manual
Got it
for
in front of me.
psychedelic guides.
Yeah, manual for psychedelic guides, written by Mark Hayden, who was he was the Maps Canada like
executive
director. And it's like, and then Rick Doblin's on their site endorsing it. It's like, that's bad. It's bad to codify and elevate that shit. That's my aside.
And sneak it in there. Yeah. Is there anything else in the manuals about the so-called like machine elves that are commented on all the time on DMT? Because I mean,
that's Terrence McKenna.
Right. That's Terrence McKenna. Because I do wonder. I mean, that is like, you know, on high doses of certain psychedelics, like sometimes people.
Terrence McKenna does have a footprint in the protocols as it is of the day. At Johns Hopkins, the exact crystalline, like, you know, milligram per kilogram dose they're giving at the high dose category is the equivalent of the 5 dried grams. That
is it? I didn't realize that.
The heroic dose.
The heroic dose. They even call it
25.
I'm not. This is not a pop quiz I'm going to respond well to, but like I have looked it up. Okay, it might be 25 milligram, but again, it's very. They vary it for your own body weight. Okay. But it is an equivalent approximate of your average psilocybin in a cubensis 5 dried grams. And I'm not doing conjecture. I'm not doing comparing of values here. Like Matt Johnson has specifically invoked it publicly, I think on a Big Think or something. And they consciously said this is Terrence McKenna's, you know, heroic dose. So
that's funny.
I find the idea of parts like very like uncomfortable to, like I find it like very potential. I see like what you like, you know, it is like they are a drug that enhances like suggestibility and makes you like susceptible to influence, you know. Like, you know, I'm not even saying like, you know, as people who listen to the show know, like I'm not like, you know, saying that there aren't like, you know, like for instance, like possession by a demon isn't a phenomenon that happens to people that they genuinely experience, but that is something that like is extraordinary, you know, like that is like usually people consider it to be an extraordinary situation, and the people who deal with it are like the most qualified people in that society, who are like extremely special people who like, you know, because dealing with these things is considered to be extremely dangerous. And I actually almost feel like it's maybe not the best way of like best analogy for what's happening with the parts, because like I said, that's considered to be something that's extraordinary, whereas in this framework, it almost seems like it's ordinary to have all these parts. And I don't necessarily trust like any of these people to be like telling me which parts of me aren't really me and need to be destroyed.
Right.
You know?
Well, with the unattached burdens,
yeah.
With the unattached burdens, they're gonna try and convince one of those parts to leave.
Yeah, like, well, what if it's the part that like has free will? Or, like,
what if it's the part that's homosexual?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
what if it's the
something
part that
Timothy
doesn't
Leary
want
believed
to
in,
be
wasn't
drafted
it? Like,
in the military and
that
do
was one of his
genocide.
biggest pitches for LSD back in the day. I think we read in one of our earlier
Grof
episodes
too,
that like this could help you.
Grof,
the thing
Leary,
that gets me with
Ram
all
Dass.
this is it's like it's just ideas in people's heads, and suddenly it becomes formalized into some therapy, and because people feel passionate about psychedelics, they want the psychedelic legalization or something like that. They look the other way, and actually what was in the therapy. They put their emotional their emotions behind just legalizing psychedelic therapy didn't look what did that mean? What did that actually mean? And they've associated psychedelic therapy with drug legalization. And that was me for several years. That until like, oh wait, who's Roquette? What's the like, and then you start to unravel in where did this come from? The I think that was like the biggest revelation. And I wasn't super directly involved in all of Power Trip, but I was I was involved in like looking back onto some of these lineages. That was a major question for me. And how did what we have today, how did this evolve? Who are the what are the underlying philosophies here? Um, and it was up until then, I hadn't really I hadn't really given it much thought because I had just, oh yeah, I think psychedelics should be legalized. Oh, look what MAPS is doing. And you then just like by default, you supported that.
It's the
But then when
lesser
you
of two
actually,
evils thinking, like it's please go on.
yeah, but when you start kind of examining it and what are they actually saying and reading the writings of Midhofer and Marcella Adalora, and it's really nauseating to read. If you actually read like the protocols, you're like, what is this shit? Read Groff. Look at this guy's ideas. Like it's wacky shit. I'm sorry. Like I wouldn't, if I had a loved one who wanted to do MDMA to solve some of their problems, I would tell them stay the fuck away from this.
Right. Like even if
Like
you wanted to do that, like don't do it here.
I
You know
got
what I mean?
involved. I got involved in this space partially because my mother had like severe depression, and like I would never recommend this shit. I've seen how these people are. Like that doesn't mean that I don't think that MDMA, some sort of MDMA therapy, I do think it can help people. Do I think like I think what Pace said is a really important point is that the FDA trials were institutionalizing this, were formalizing this therapy. Um, and I think a lot of people have consciously looked the other way on that. There's good faith debates to be had here of whether or not the FDA should have approved this. And we can have like I think that's one of the that's something that kind of makes me sad because there were really good debates I had with some
How could we
people.
improve this?
Yeah, there's some really good
Even if
debates.
even if it's a going back to the drawing board thing, how can we improve this?
The fact that
Yeah,
so
and
many have
a lot,
chosen not to do that kind of like, yeah, it really undermines it. Like it
yeah.
casts like the whole thing in like a suspicious light,
There was
like,
never
okay, why,
there was never like, wow, this space doesn't have the culture of, wow, like we're getting criticism here. How do we internalize that criticism and then try to improve the models? It was never that. But I had really good debates with some well-known people privately where, some of them thought, well, look, yeah, we know this was a mess, but I think we could implement a really strong REMS protocol after approval.
Say what REMS is.
Risk
evaluation management strategies.
Thank you.
Strategies. Basically, attaching stronger regulations and protocols. Like how does this actually play out in the real world? We've tagged this drug, this therapy as needing to be like wrapped in REMS. But I think I've had good conversations about how that would be implemented. But one of the other things here is the public was never, one thing we wanted to do, our only goal in the citizen petition and at the advisory committee was to put like these critiques on the record, so they were there. We as a team,
we felt a moral obligation to do this.
We would have bet money. I would have personally bet money. I didn't, but I would have, looking back at it, that this was going to be approved.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. At no point did we think this was not going to be approved.
We were shocked.
For all of these, like, you know, all these claims that we were in bed with ICER and we were conspiring.
It was the plan all along to torpedo it. Like,
I actually didn't know what ICER was.
Yeah, can you tell us what
going to fail?
The ICER thing? Can you tell us what the ICER aspect of it was? It was like
Institutional
a third-party
Clinical Economic Review is a patient payer organization, mostly of doctors, and you know, like the idea that they are big pharma. You can make that argument in the sense that effectively what they're one of the missions that they have is to you know, in the payer being insurance companies, is to make sure that, you know, if there is a like a treatment or a therapy, that it is like cost effective and that it is actually like, you know, meeting the patient needs. Now, we can be incredibly cynical about what that actually looks like. And they are stakeholders, but like the reality is like we sat through like 9 hours of the ICER review, and it's people like looking at the data and saying, is this the best thing? Does this make sense for highly trained people in the, you know, if you want me to talk about how flawed the American healthcare system is, I will. But like in the system that we have, like, is this the thing that we should be recommending? You know, and I mean, like, so that's their agenda more or less. And the thing is that the report that ICER put forth, you know, had input from, for instance, Megan Buisson, who was abused horrifically in the clinical trials for MDMA PTSD by Richard Jensen and Donna Dreyer, which we detail in the report. Megan Buisson is a contributing author of the report. Megan Buisson spoke to ICER about her own experience with this therapy, and they listened. In fact, they were some of the only people who listened and did not characterize you know, what happened to Megan as some sort of like he said she said thing in the worst possible way. They listened to an actual like patient in that particular example. And so all I got to say is if such a process allows for that to happen, it can't be all bad. ICER serves a function. They're quite
ICER is what happens when you have independent people who are not you know, financially, spiritually connected to this space. And
there are new drugs like approved every year, and every single one that is approved this year like has like what, a 60% chance of being taken off the market in 6 years. Like the last time I looked at these things, like there's reason to be skeptical.
Their main goal is, I mean, they are a patient advocacy organization, and they basically, prior to the FDA advisory committee review, did their own advisory committee review with a bunch of professionals. Right. And that got characterized as, they said that we were in collaboration with ICER. We weren't at all.
To be clear, we'd never heard of them until their thing happened.
I think they had put out a preliminary thing, and I was like, what is this? I don't know what ICER is.
I think Psychedelics Alpha covered it, but I just wanted to say that they get characterized as big pharma funded,
Right.
But they're very open about their funding. I've got their page open right now. They're 70% funded by nonprofit foundations. They get 14% of their budget from manufacturers and life science groups. So they receive funding from industry, but it's 14% of their budget, whereas the Heroic Hearts letter that came out made it sound like this was some big pharma funded
well, how much
like
of
smear
the budget
campaign
of Heroic Hearts comes from industry?
Yeah, a lot.
And again, regardless of how much anybody gets from anybody, I would think that the debate should be focused on like the merits,
Yeah, the data.
Right,
No, it's
right.
true. It's true.
Like either the data demonstrates something or it doesn't.
Because everybody's got to keep the lights on in this
I'm not saying
system that we have.
Obviously, the funding sources are important.
It does matter. That's like a big part of our report.
Yeah.
But I mean, a lot has been made of us receiving funding once as a nonprofit that largely has subsisted on Patreon. Hi Patreon, by the way. Thanks. We love what you do. It's absurd.
Yeah, but the scale of funding by these companies and maps and everybody else is like it's so David and Goliath. Like the comparison, the fact that people try to make a huge deal out of it.
The asymmetry is incredible.
Right. There's that strange phenomenon where whenever there's like two people in a space, like everything gets flattened to like, oh well, you guys, I see you guys on my timeline sometimes, so that means you're just as like powerful as Maps and like Peter Thiel and Steve.
It's categorical versus quantitative reasoning.
It's an amazing. You know what? That's exactly what it is. It's a great way of putting it. Like the whole like difference in magnitude like just doesn't factor into some people. It's like
Yes, but you also have a name and you're identifiable.
Yeah, exactly. It's like and
curious.
like,
you have
like,
a competing product of a thing where you talk about psychedelia, like
right. Yeah.
Everyone's just
like,
jealous.
There's
of Hamilton.
Elon Musk and there's the guy at the coffee shop who says Elon Musk isn't very nice.
Whoa!
You see?
All right. Well, then why is it okay for that? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, and one is just as bad as the other one. And like, if Elon Musk tweets like this guy at the coffee shop was mean to me, like ruined his life, that's just as bad as like the guy at the coffee shop like saying, Elon.
Well,
Musk
the solution is exactly
followers.
The middle position between Elon Musk and that guy. That's where the sweet spot is, where goodness and righteousness is.
I mean, y'all have also like the newest thing. I guess maybe I'm curious about what. Just to talk briefly about like what happens from here now that they're regathering their forces. I've noticed that the veteran thing, as you go to in depth, is very big now in terms of they're the most sympathetic demographic in the U.S. and the psychedelics. Corporate psychedelics pushers have seized upon them with all of these funded little nonprofits like Heroic Hearts Project and Dan Crenshaw and Rick Perry and every one-shotted operator that goes on Rogan, like it. And now, I think I've heard Psymposia be accused of, like veteran hate, like they hate because they're leftists. They hate the military.
It's funny. It's funny that veterans reach out to us. That's
right.
Yeah, we have some
Russ, what was it?
Contacts.
What was
Here's the thing.
Here's the thing. Your whole Truth Dig series on? Like, geez.
Look, a lot of veterans. First off, veterans are the most diverse group that there is. Even though people want to make it look like veterans are a monolithic thing, they're super diverse. A lot of veterans like really truly despise like the small percentage of veterans who are on a fucking grift, who sell themselves out to whatever donor. It's like it's repulsive to a lot of veterans. I've had long conversations with veterans about it. We've had lots of conversations with veterans and especially Russ and how they felt used by MAPS. They can keep trying to paint us as this anti-veteran thing. It's fucking nonsense. I grew up in a veteran family. The entirety of my childhood was war stories. And a lot of this was our old managing editor, David Nichols, who had put out this piece. It was in the piece was really in the Chomsky tradition. It was like a Chomsky style piece, and that got spun out of. They just used that. It's the same thing as
It was in the
you take one quote
George
of
Floyd,
Hassan out of context.
Right, exactly. It's exactly that.
You take that one thing and you spin it up into, whatever you want to, whatever looks good to, to prove your point. That's exactly what was going on.
Peter Addy wrote an excellent open letter, which we linked to in our report, in which he says, let's bloodlessly look at the claims of the Heroic Hearts letter and the article that they're critiquing, and it's very clear that there is not any this Sympasia has a process of editing things. Like, I was an editor on that piece that Dave Nichols wrote, and the thing is that Addy essentially says this is not critiquing veterans and police. It's not the particular focus of this, even though, yes, obviously there's a broad structural critique of the white supremacy, maintenance of police and the imperial project that veterans, are cogs in the machine of. But the actual point of the piece was talking about the collective liberation claims of MAPS during the era of George Floyd, while they use veterans and police as PTSD mascots. And it's funny because I was just reading something the other day, looking at Grofian concepts, and I really think that maybe it's one of those awful lost in translation kinds of things where MAPS conception of what collective liberation actually is bears no relationship to any movement politics, and everything much more connected to the Groff's weird cosmology. That said,
they specifically use veterans for strategic perspective. To get their drug passed. In Europe, they don't have veterans. So what did they do? What did they want to do in Europe? Well, they needed to find out what's the most bipartisan issue in Europe that we could kind of put behind this, which was migration into Europe. So the whole plan had been that they were, at least their early plan as of several years ago, in order to get approval in Europe, they were going to start working with refugees. They did a whole assessment over Europe. They wanted to set up clinics at refugee camps.
It's dark.
And all
that
that.
is, yeah.
So
they're
it's
already
and even Joe Green
literal
for
boots on the ground in Ukraine right now.
Oh my God.
We have some good quotes. I think we have the YouTube video. I know we have the YouTube video linked in the report, and Joe Green's what he said about at Burning Man, what he said about veterans. I see it in a quite cynical way. It's just using veterans, and and look, I think a lot of them, and this is sort of a tangent, but one thing that I always find really fascinating, I was confused for quite a while about, the psychedelic industry movement or whatever. They would like you to think that the veteran suicide, you always hear this and it changes every year, 17, 22 veteran suicide a day, whatever.
Yeah.
And a lot of the people who bring that up, at least in this space, I think they want you to kind of think that that's combat related deaths. And I looked into that, and there was a huge report that was conducted by the Army. I forget what year, but it looked at Operation Iraqi Freedom, and I think the campaign that was right around that. I forget, it was either 4, 6, or 8 million soldiers, military personnel they had looked at.
Mm-hmm.
This was an Army funded, Pentagon funded study. I forget the author's name. But the actually wasn't combat. Combat wasn't the predictive thing. The thing that predicted suicide in the military the most was something that they called separation from cohort. And I believe, I haven't read the study in a little while, so I'm just trying to remember what it
No,
said.
you're still on it.
Yeah, but it was it was separation from cohort, and I forget what the age was. It was something like, I don't know, 20 to 30, 20 to 34, something, 18 to
It was
34,
people
something
within
like
the
that.
first year, right?
Yeah, I mean the first I believe it was within the first it was something like this. Within a year, you join the army, you join the military, and then you leave. And I thought that was really interesting. That predicted
But you
suicidality
got
the
the
most.
tattoo.
Yeah, yeah.
Like kind of, and so I brought that up. I was talking to a veteran, a guy who served in Fallujah, who was going out on runs. He was explaining the whole thing. He told me he had a contract out on his head. It was during the it was Fallujah. He was there for a while.
Uh-huh.
And I said, and I ran that by him. I was like, what are you thought? What's your thoughts on this? And he said that makes perfect sense to me. He said, you got to understand the U.S. Army is the biggest experiment in socialism ever.
Yep.
He's like, you take in a lot of these kids, they join the army, they get everything taken care of. They get clothes, food,
package,
shelter, community,
the pension.
Yeah. If you get rugged from that within like a year or so, you went from having like a sense of security to losing all of those things. You lose the group that you're in, the community that you're in.
Dishonorably discharged.
Oh yeah.
I think if people kind of framed when they think about veterans, and they framed it in that way, it's like, no shit. This happened. This is the reason for a lot of suicides outside the military, right? Like basic needs are not being met. People are lonely.
Social
Like
atomization.
we're in this massive loneliness crisis that's exacerbated by, all interactions mediated by social media, by communities being dispersed. The older you get, the more your friends are going to live around different parts of the country. You're not going to have those get-togethers as much anymore.
Yeah.
But there's like, this space is, it's just, no one really wants to talk about the actual, causes of the mental health crisis that we're in. They want to come up with these privatized solutions.
Right.
And it's really disgusted me in this space for so long. And it's just so common. Not many people are talking about it at all. It's just focus on the pill, focus on
It's a techno solution.
Yeah.
It's a solar powered homelessness fucking tent without acknowledging that even if such a thing existed, if you put it up anywhere, somebody with a stick and a bunch of authority would show up with bright lights and hit you and make you move. Then we ask, like, how many people are homeless and veterans, and it's a huge percentage. It's just like
I don't
want
to minimize.
Analysis is absent.
Everything I just said, I don't want to minimize combat related PTSD. I'm really not
absolutely
trying to
not
minimize that at all. I'm trying to just like
facts matter.
The bigger point. I feel like if you're actually serious about mental health, you need to really focus on these.
You have to describe the problem if you must solve it. And everybody gives us so much shit, but most of the time we're describing a problem so that we can better orient towards a better solution. No?
Yeah. Genevieve Jurvetson, who's such a central player in so much of this, like she's gone on about how Trump is going to be like do so much for
transformative
mental health care in this country, and like look what's going on with the SNAP thing. I think maybe the one tiny silver lining on the whole SNAP thing now is, since it's in the conversation, this like people being disabused of this of this notion of who's on SNAP. Oh, we're seeing the numbers of the people who are on SNAP: children, elderly, disabled people. Like, so like this is their solution. Like this guy's gonna be good for mental health. Meanwhile, you're trying to take away 50, $100, $200 in food stamps. You're gutting programs that offer people mental health. Like
doing everything.
Really incredible.
Sending goon squads around, like generally increasing everybody's stress and like uncertainty about everything. Like, and then but he's gonna like let you like do psilocybin therapy. It costs $4,000.
It's just the height of.
But
it's
like,
demented.
where did school breakfast programs come from? You know, in this country, school breakfast programs came from the Black Panther Party.
Yes,
who were under police terrorism, doing a basic thing, making a basic observation. Children can't learn if they're hungry. All children deserve food, and the system that currently exists doesn't provide it. And they organized their community to do so. And it was a model that works so good. That's exactly the Chomskyan kind of fear of a good example that capital is organizing against on a daily generational basis. I mean, literally the starvation policies of the radical fucking right wing of the Republican Party right now. Like we're literally gonna fucking do siege warfare against the American public so we can do some kleptocratic bullshit. But the roots, the organizing around feeding children, because why? Because if you don't have enough calories, you're not going to learn your times tables. You're not going to be a functioning human who takes advantage of a growth and learning period. You know, and so it's like the idea that you just need a one-time intervention. No, you need there's an old saying, you need a plumber, maybe once a year, but you need a farmer 3 times a day. Like we need the kind of sustained investment in well-being that these billionaires can't fathom.
The whole notion that psychedelics are going to be a one and done, that's a lie.
Right.
That's also a huge lie. And
I mean, played out in their own clinical trials too. It's like 3 doses.
I mean, a lot
of therapy.
Like that,
and integration after the clinical trials.
The whole point that this is 10,000 hours of therapy in a single session.
Oh my god! I've heard that before.
Like it almost never plays out that way. In fact, I feel like, again, this is totally anecdotal. I don't have data, but I feel like it often leads to people to like seek more and more psychedelic experiences and like chasing this. Like, I mean, it is interesting because like on one hand there's like kind of this temptation to see, and I do think that like obviously like it's not a physiological addiction in the same way as like other drugs. There like is obviously some
problematic
kind of,
use is what I would call it.
There is this that can happen, but I almost feel like it is interesting to me that book, like The Immortality Key, was like so exciting to some of these people that they wanted to like build this kind of like tribute to it at Burning Man, and everything, like, because I almost feel like that, like really like the idea, like the idea of that book is that like maybe it's like, couches it like very speculatively, but like it's like maybe like early Christians like had like some kind of like psychoactive like substance like in the communion wine or something, right? And I feel like that is like really like that's like the example that like I can see why that is so exciting, because like the communion wine, like the Eucharist, is like the ultimate like model for what like they want like this to be. It's something where like they can like it is something that will save you. It is your only path to salvation, your only path to happiness, and it is totally controlled by one group. Like that can, like by a priestly
cast.
Exactly.
That happens to own all the fucking land.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Right. But they wear wacky outfits and
really nice
like
hats.
That is like kind of like a man. Like the idea they're like, oh wow, how like the fact that they would like feel such excitement over that idea. I mean, you could say like less like kind of a psychologically or psychologically deep reasons, but I feel like part of it is that like it resonates with them because that's already like how they've kind of been thinking about it. Like
Look,
wouldn't it be
everything
great
in
to
this
have our own
society
Eucharist
is,
that we control?
yeah, and it's all
Yeah.
some kind of, individual solution that we can profit from. It's the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Right. You can
I was-
monopolize it and sell it.
I was supposed to write a spicy tweet along these lines, but like, PSFC is a psychedelic elite that's like made up of relative newcomers to the psychedelic space. And, they're imposing their view of what should be on sort of psychedelic culture and policy based on sort of a funhouse mirror version of what it is that they think the world should be in the first place. And they're sort of collectively, because there's many in this network, like locked in the bathroom staring at themselves in the mirror, having some weird revelations about life, the universe, and everything. Meanwhile, there's a line outside of people who need to use the fucking bathroom.
It's a good metaphor. Yeah, it do be like that,
Mhm.
and the world burns around them, and they have no solution for it, and
Not only do they have no solution for it, but they're causing it and profiting off of it.
Mm-hmm.
of healing the trauma that is produced by their ownership of the world.
Huffing their own farts the whole way down.
Yeah, it's amazing what can happen when the taxes are just, reduced to the extent that it's amazing the effects of society over the, period of 50, 70 years when taxes go from a high amount to a low amount. And the social services that are cut because of that. And then we're all fucking killing one another over a smaller, fighting one another for a smaller slice of the pie. Maybe we could solve the mental health crisis if we taxed rich people more.
Right. I feel like there's a lot of solutions to that, like build, like, to have affordable housing for people, like build trains everywhere. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of things that would make people's mental health better by making their lives less, not having to be ripped off left and right every single day and be under constant economic pressure because the prices of everything keep going up. Like, it's like the fucking elephant in the room that these like rich assholes from Silicon Valley like it just are like constitutionally incapable of confronting, or like, maybe some of them are like, ha ha ha, like I'm an evil techno-fascist, I love it, and they really just don't care. But then like the rest of them are kind of psyop themselves into thinking they are compassionate, but like we have to do it this way through giving everybody psychedelic therapy.
They certainly can't lose anything by it. Like you certainly can't take it away from me.
I think that there is a place where these sort of world architects, as they start to I'm thinking about Elon right now, but like the self psyop, the I believe it's true and therefore it's good. Like there were papers and summits and very official like proceedings about health policy in the Third Reich and euthanasia, and really it's good to get rid of the elderly and anyone with physical defects, and it's really just it's best for society, but it's also kind to them, because who would want to live like that? I mean, these kinds of reasonings, just because there's officialdom wrapping around it, and there's a lot of funding behind it, it doesn't make it a good place to live. And the reality is that we don't live in a good place. Like, there was that study that came out a while ago that said, like, Americans work more than medieval peasants in terms of how many freaking days off a year we get. You know,
the other crazy thing about just kind of what you're saying, the other crazy part of this whole Snap thing now is in Massachusetts, it's like 1 out of 8 people or something like that is on Snap. I'm seeing some of the cities in Massachusetts. It's like a third of the city is a quarter or a third of the entirety of the city.
It's an open secret.
Snap.
Like this is the biggest subsidy to Walmart's,
farmers,
and
agribusiness,
you know, McDonald's, and every minimum wage job that exists. The rent is too damn high. It's not enough to fucking feed kids. If you have kids, they eat a lot. You want them to grow. You want them to, like, WIC is you go in and you see that little thing near the dairy products. It says WIC.
Yeah.
That's a federal program. Like, that's money,
you get
tax
that
money.
Similac, you know.
Yeah. Going to feed kids. It's not enough. Still not enough. But you take away Snap and people are fucked.
Truly. And it probably destabilized the prices in the grocery economy on top of that, because that's so much so much of a money suck, like not being pumped into the economy. It like destabilizes prices. Like it's
100%. Prices are going to go up without that.
Your overhead's the same, and now the government subsidy's gone. Like, apparently there was a court order recently. We'll see what happens. Like,
they announced, I think the administration today said they're going to hand out 50% of it.
Well, you know, fuck them.
Oh, great. Yeah. All right. Nice.
Yeah.
I saw a report that some of the internal folks like Stephen Miller and such are moving on a military basis.
Yeah,
which is
I saw that they were trying to organize a national guard to like suppress they were trying to create like National Guard cells to like suppress civil unrest in like every American city or something like that.
It's the National Guard is going to have a 500 strong per state crack force of crowd suppression. And all I gotta say is, if you're starving a bunch of babies in every state in this nation, them 500 soldiers isn't gonna be enough.
Right. They're probably going to try to recruit out of people that are, the bonuses they're offering in this shitty economy for like to be an ICE officer or something, 40K bonus. It's like they're going to like seduce people who probably otherwise wouldn't do that to like, I got to feed my kids. And then, in addition to all like the, I guess, ex-Proud Boys or whatever the fuck that are probably like signing up for it, like militia people chomping at
Gavin
the bit.
McInnes. Gavin McInnes is the co-founder of Proud Boys, also the co-founder of Vice.
Who platformed? I guess it was before. They were in different eras of Vice, so it's totally unconnected. But it does seem to be getting. They're building homeless sort of work camps in Utah now. Like they're launching some strange pilot where they're going to take people outside of the city because sleeping outside is illegal now in Utah. So they're going to send them to this forcible detox center. Talk about playing both sides, right? They're going to like pressure people to take like Peter Thiel's psychedelics, and then they're going to take people who are the fentanyl that are on the streets and take them to a work camp and like forcibly detox them and probably like try to convert them to Mormonism. I don't know.
The reality is,
A Scanner Darkly is a real good movie for people to rewatch. Like Philip K. Dick, goddamn. But yeah, the Keanu A Scanner Darkly very much captures what Dimitri just said.
I seem to recall a certain Hamilton Morris scoffing at the notion that Psymposia once invoked like Philip K. Dick, and was like, "Well, come on, like these guys are reading too much Philip K. Dick, like how ridiculous." Because I think maybe the discussion was putting like integrated corporate advertising on screens during people's trips, and how that could be like maybe an example of something that's sus. Like, you want the Coca-Cola.
They're about to put that shit in AI right now.
You're about to in a year to 5, Kalshi and Polymarket are going to be on the most like micro betting thing embedded all throughout the internet and on apps. Every interaction will be will be you'll be able to create a market on micro markets.
Right.
Yeah.
So if
That's
you think
X,
about
the
it,
everything app. Yeah.
So if you think about it now, like if you're watching a basketball game now, or you're watching a baseball game, like you can bet on what is the next pitch going to be.
Right.
What is the next throw?
Oh, polymarket. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, crazy parlays and stuff.
Yeah.
So,
but think about that.
So evil. I can't even. It's like we're in the end times. I'm sorry. Like this. Like it's like one of those. It's no.
The
It's
Kali
one of those.
Yuga.
It's one of those things where it's so like so cartoonish. It's like one of those like a Denaiton like prophecies of the end times. You want
to talk about prophecies though? Like
the reason this is happening is because there's two different economies that we're living in now. There's the financial economy, and then there's the real world economy. It's like a bimodal distribution right now.
Indeed.
And so this is why we're like, is the economy good or is the economy not good? Well, it depends if you have assets or not. If you have assets, it's generally very good. If you're
capital, do you have capital?
Yeah. If you're a pleb and you have cash, it's generally not so good. And you pretty much, your future is really sus. Like I'm in Massachusetts. It's the average house, right? The median house right now is like $650,000 in Massachusetts right now.
Oh, that's great compared to where in California still. My God.
Oh yeah.
Like it's everything in LA County is basically over $1 million. Like I mean, like pretty much.
Boston
everywhere.
just hit over $1 million.
Yeah,
the median in Boston. My point is that it is like, and this is why you're seeing the proliferation of DraftKings, FanDuel. Is because you have no future unless you gamble it, because you're never going to get there,
or do crypto or something,
Yeah, and
at the right time.
But when you win, you don't want the government to take a cut because you've won, and then that's not right for them to do that.
You're not gonna win. It's
because by then you'll have had it made, right?
Designed not to. You're designed not to win.
That's
but
like
we will see the
religious wisdom. I'd like to see some of these people try to apply, like how evil gambling is. Like this is like like a social crisis that people had to like mobilize to stop, like how destructive gambling is.
Yeah,
but we're basically making it like an dispensable part of any social interaction.
And everybody knows that the house wins.
I think there's somewhat of a medium that you kind of need to reach, because if you don't, it's going to go underground, and you're going to have more organized crime there. But the way that it's implemented right now is it's like they prey on the 20-year-old college guy who is using DraftKings, and they know they're putting the bets. You're being shown the bets that the algorithm has identified for you.
Right.
It's feeding that. It's not just simply like you open the site and I can do this. No, it's more of like a curated experience that you're seeing.
Yeah.
So anyways,
it's like you see these. I don't know if you've been to Las Vegas recently, anybody.
Unfortunately, I was on acid in Las Vegas more than once, but go on.
Oh man, yeah, you got to do it. You got to do it. But the modern day slot machines that like I'll confess, I have a little weakness for a little card game every now and then, a little blackjack or something. But the slot machines, I know I'm the Vice one of the podcast. But like the slot machine, I never go near the slot machines because I'm always like, I don't know, they don't appeal to me or whatever. What's that?
Why would you?
I know. Why would you? Like they have the worst odds in the casino, and it's just like a game you have no control over. There's no skill involved. But like, I'll be damned if people aren't hypnotized in front of them, and like these big screens now that are like almost like 8 feet tall, and they flash like these kind of like almost like AI generated like cutesy monsters or animals. Like it's all this kind of like brand. It's like a non-brand kind of brand of like characters on each one. That's like they don't even do like celebrity themed or like movie themed ones anymore. It's just like, you know,
it's like
I think
the app game graphics you see come up in an advertisement. Like
it kind of is like it's
YouTube
like
video
bubble
or
pop,
something.
like weird, you know, just one of these like really slopified like games, and there's just people there like for hours and hours and hours, and it's like this is like a fucking like MK Ultra offshoot or something. I mean, they figured out how to dopamine wire your brain and hook you.
They have, but it's much worse now that a casino is in everybody's pocket 24/7.
So much worse.
It's the house.
It's 1,000 times
it's
worse.
Structural.
Yeah,
and
always.
I gotta say the thing I've been trying to say, because we were talking about Philip K. Dick, and I'm telling you, yeah, I've read a lot of Philip K. Dick. I like Philip K. Dick. Philip K. Dick wrote a book called The Unteleported Man, or also the same book has also another title. It's called Lies Incorporated. And in Lies Incorporated, rather early in the story, the protagonist is walking across the town square, and there is a homeless veteran, and he's peddling drugs, psychedelic drugs. And it's actually a law that you cannot refuse to buy drugs from a veteran. So I don't know if he actually buys the drugs, because things move pretty quickly. He's being followed by, I think, these little like I think they're blimps. They're little dirigibles, and they have like a radio, and they announce how much debt you have. They follow you around. It's embarrassing. And at some point, I can't remember exactly what happens, but he gets caught in the crossfire. A police officer shoots him with a dart full of LSD. Anyway, that's
interesting.
Where the story starts. Philip K. Dick, good stuff. Highly recommend.
We might have to crack that book open for an episode one day. That sounds good. Well, I guess we're at a late hour here, so I guess we could start to wrap up. It's been an amazing conversation with y'all.
Yeah, it's been great.
Truly enjoyable.
Oh yeah, so good. Are there any final thoughts about where the psychedelic stuff is going, or where y'all are maybe gonna pop in?
I believe I already delivered my last thought, so I give it to Normie and Russ.
Yeah, one thing I'll say is that this has been fun. One thing I hope to see moving forward, and one of the reasons we put the report out, was to present all of these potential rabbit holes for people to fall down, because we can't do it all ourselves. Like we did 200 and some odd pages of it, and there's still more and more and more. So it's been so fun being on with you guys and hearing like you falling down the Steve Jurvetson rabbit hole, or like the IFS like kind of parts system rabbit hole and stuff. It's cool to see other people with like other backgrounds and niches of interest like engage with the material. So I'm inspired by that and excited to see more of that moving forward as well. But Normie, any thoughts on the end here too?
Yeah, I know it's a long report. I do think if you want to know what's going on in the space, and it's kind of been confusing of who's who, I really think it's worth reading. I mean, we get extremely granular. You could spend as much time with the report as you want, to be honest.
No investigation, no right to speak. Like anyone who wants to like, take issue with anything, or who gets worked up, like thinking, people are taking away your MDMA or something. It's not, what's going on. You got to read the report.
You got to read all.
It's a good read. Like it's not like this dense thing. Like there's a lot of there's a lot of interest. And I'm sure that SJ.
I think there's a lot of funny shit in there.
Oh, it is. It's great. We couldn't even get to like
laugh out loud
every little moment, but it's chock full of it. Very generously hyperlinked to all kinds of every source and everything. And these people are clownish. Like at the end of the day, like as kind of vaguely afraid of them as I am and their power and what they're pushing, they are also. I think they do not truly know themselves in a certain way, and they, just like with the FDA thing, they fumbled what they fucked up what should have been like a really easy layup, and then like sort of screwed themselves over. And despite them,
the thing is, a bunch of rich people bought into maps without knowing what it was that they were buying, that they were investing.
They bought at the top too.
They bought at the peak, and it fell apart. And they were probably deeply embarrassed about what they did, and they chose to blame us and other people who were just looking into, what is going on here, probably to save face or to cast, the blame somewhere else. And as far as, what are the next steps? I don't know. I don't know. There's a few different.
We could make it better. That we could do that.
True.
There's a few different things. So there's the state ballot initiatives. I think that's kind of a dead end at this point. The campaign was miserable in Massachusetts, and they lost by a wide margin here. If you can't get that passed in Massachusetts, I'm really not sure where else they are going to be able to do a ballot. I think that they're going to pivot much more to like lobbying legislators and trying to get things past the state level.
That's what they say in the funding roadmap.
Yeah,
dumping millions more on heroic hearts.
I think they will go in that direction. And as far as Lycos or Resilient, as they're now known, I really don't know where that's going to go. It's been a lot of silence. Now that the CRL is out there, I think they're pretty exposed. They can't really blame us anymore.
Embarrassed. It's been silence since the report came out, other than percolating critical voices outside the psychedelic community. But within this, I just want to be clear that we started this podcast talking about Hamilton Morris, recording in the span of 15 months, 24 hours of attack against Sympathia. Not seeing Hamilton Morris comment or tweet or acknowledge the report.
Oh, just you saying that he'll be difficult.
Back. I mean, you know what? I'd love to see whatever bonkers ass take he's got. Point being
engage
is that it's very difficult to engage with what we have put on the table, honestly, if you're in this claustrophobic, mono-funded space. Upton
engage
Sinclair's quote, about a man having a hard time believing a truth that his paycheck, is dependent on him not learning, is very much in effect here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he could debate you, Pace.
You know what? He could. I actually challenged. Well, I didn't challenge him, but I did say when I showed up at Wonderland 2023, I said I wrote another paper, the paper that I wrote the year before. You had some things to say about. I'd be happy to talk to you, about that. I did follow up with him via text message. I follow, maybe this is the stalker reputation we're having, but I did give him a physical copy of my paper. I'm sure that was traumatizing for him. But if he was a good faith actor and wanted to talk about things, I have done debates. I've done spirited conversations before. I know I'm an academic and there's an asymmetry there. He might be intimidated, but if Hamilton Morris wants to talk about our ideas, I'm here. I'm ready to. That's public.
Yeah. I mean, I think that could be only productive.
You'd think someone.
Right?
I'm sure it's not going to happen. But hey,
you think someone
definitely? I would say probably not. But
he can shit talk us on such big platforms, but he can't even send us a message.
That's the thing. I think you're right.
So
if you're given the opportunity to speak, people will see that the vision, basically it only helps you because he has a greater reach than you have, and people will see what you're saying, and basically he wants to like crush and marginalize like every challenge
he
to
wants
him.
to claw back some of that irrelevance he's feeling, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In any case, good night, Hamilton.
Yeah, sweet dreams. Well, I guess you probably don't dream. But
seriously, we really appreciate y'all. We haven't had a chance to speak about this, and the work that you had already done, the fact that you had done that psychedelic series, which I listened to, and it was really like nuanced and good faith, and frankly, we're not used to that, so thank you.
No, I mean, like, we really like you know, like, it was interesting kind of your work, because we did feel like that you guys were like kindred spirits, and so in many respects, we definitely like thought, you know, I first like came upon it through Cover Story, through Power Trip, and like that, you know, then, you know, discovered the rest of your writing. So we've definitely been big Psymposia admirers for a long time, so we're very pleased to
I'm a new subliminal
like,
jihad fan. I love it. It's great stuff. I've been going through some of your back catalog. I saw listened to the Fourth Reich archaeology project. Like really good work y'all are doing here.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah. And it's nice to know other people are in the trenches standing on business and like, you know, are standing up to the clout demons that, you know, have monopolized these like new media spaces, you know, but you guys have been keeping it real now for years. And I think you're only being vindicated like month by month. You know, I think if people stop listening to the LLM Hamilton bots on Reddit and just read the report and look at the work you've actually done, and then look at the people who are in like running the country right now and, you know, running business and everything else, you know, I think it's aged like a fine wine. So yeah, really.
That's our hope. That's certainly our hope.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right. So yeah, I guess we'll get out of here now. Thanks to everybody who watched. I'll probably put this up on public in a few days, but until Thursday, dear listeners, stay vigilant.